Hello, Logan. Hey, how are you, Logan? How you doing, Deborah? I hope everybody's doing good. I appreciate your time. I thank you all for coming. I hope everything is going good for you guys, no matter what time zone you're in. I hope your family is well, Logan. I hope you feel better, because I know how it is to be sore, because I am still sore from hurting my back the other day. But I'm still standing, and God is working me through it. So I am grateful. I hope you're doing good too, Deborah, because I know you've been through a lot of different stuff as well. And that's all we can do is just put it in God's hands, and He gonna reveal to us what's gonna happen and how it's gonna go. Every day ain't gonna be good. Every day ain't gonna be easy. But as long as we got the Lord, all things are possible. That's how I feel. No matter what I'm doing, up, down, around, in between, still standing the best that I can. And I mean literally being able to stand because I got a lot going on, a lot of new stuff happening and stuff that I need fixed but can't have surgery for it. So I'm just thanking God for whatever I got. And I always get up and say, I hope, everybody's doing good and I'm glad I can walk and I can talk. Thank you for your word, Lord. Thank you for your promise. And I just keep going. And I know it's better said than done, but it can happen. I know, and that's the best way to be because as long as you're walking with the Lord, all things are possible. So I just do that and keep it moving because we all ain't gonna feel and be good like every minute of the day. Some of that stuff that we go through, good or bad, first of all, is not wasted, and a lot of it's to prune us for our journey. You can't make it to heaven unless you're willing to go through something on this earth. Look what they did to Jesus. We got to keep it real. So, that sounds good, Logan. I appreciate anything that you can do. I appreciate you giving me some of your time. Because everybody, once again, we only have 24 hours in the day, and everybody got to make it do what it do. So, you know what I mean? I'm just grateful that people, wonderful people like you guys, have the time for me. Because, honey, we all are loaded with a whole bunch of stuff that we have to do every day, all day in our lives. Family, kids, cooking, bathing, laundry, breathing. I mean, it is what it is. But you know what? It's a good life, regardless of what's going on here. And I know this is what it is. I'm just checking this out, y'all. So don't pay me no mind. It's just trying to make sure it's working. Yeah, I may hear that, but I always check because what I do is I make sure I'm on right because I'm by myself right now, and then I make sure I got that straight. And once I do that, then I end up, putting somebody else on my phone so I can support someone else. Deborah, making videos this morning. Yes. All right. Hi, Danger Dale. How you doing? Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for coming. I hope all is well in your neck of the woods, wherever that is, whatever time that is. Take God with you wherever you go. Have Him in everything that you do. I'm glad to hear that because I tell you, there's a lot of stuff too with, when it comes to God that I didn't know that I could ask for. You know what I mean? Like, things that you feel that's not like, oh, I need a car and it's got to be something big. It could be just something simple as let me go in here and make a good pie and and it tastes good. Oh, you're in Canada. Okay, so you celebrate because I have some friends in Canada too, and they celebrate their Christmas and stuff before us. And I believe they got like free health care. There's a lot of stuff that I learned. What's happening in Canada? All right, now. Good to know. Good to know. I just hope everybody doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? So, what everybody got going on? I hope everybody is doing well and living their best life. Hi, Vandell. I hope you're doing good. I'm here doing my thing like I do. Started a little different timing today because got a different 12-hour shift out the door. So you come in and try to do this and then do some work here as well. Oh, you having you some coffee? Good for you. I am glad you're enjoying your coffee. Well, I tell you, I would love to share my name, but I can't right now. But it's okay for you to call me Rook. It's Rook. A lot of people say Rook, Rack, run, and that's okay. I'm just glad to be called. But you can call me Rook, and that'll be fine. And the reasons why I can't disclose that, and you probably don't know because you're more newer coming by to check me, is because I'm going through some things in my personal life and with one of my jobs that ended up being some legal issues that court proceedings are in place, so I can't be on camera and basically be known too much about me or where I'm at for safety reasons, if that's okay with you. And I apologize that I can't share more, but I don't call myself a victim. I call myself a victor, and one day I will be coming through. I also have a lot of other stuff that I do on here, and I'm trying to get where if this stuff settles the way it should, I'll be able to appear on camera. I got some videos that I am on camera, it's just not my whole self. And that's okay. He said, that's fine. I respect that. Oh, you good, Vandell. You are good, and that's okay. And I'm glad that you understand and you're okay with it because I got a lot of people that, don't want to participate because they don't like the fact that, I'm not on camera. That's right, and I am. I am, because I tell you, you don't never know what could happen to you and what could change your life. Things like that are not just everybody else's issues. Stuff that you may watch on TV or whoever watches TV. Stuff that you may watch on TV that are true stories. Stuff really happens to other people. They got a lot of shows out. I survived and different types of SUVs. So it's not just somebody else. And it's also, sometimes it could end up being somebody in your family. It could end up being you or somebody that knows somebody, you know. But with the grace of God, I'm good and I'm going to keep being good and I'm going to work through this thing. Where's the mask? Oh, thank you so much, Logan. You know what? See, and that's the whole importance of this thing too that we're doing right here on YT. We have to trust that the soul is being, that's is beaming through us only knowing each other on here. We're doing it in a spiritual way, in a verbal way, and then some of us are on camera, but we're not right there with each other. So I promise you, I appreciate it. And I can tell by your videos, Logan, that you are a person that you can be seen how you are, even though I can physically see you, all of the nice friends that you make and how you treat people. So I appreciate that. God bless you and thank you for that. Good morning, Bert. How you doing? Look at him. He said, I'm at work. I know that, honey, I am too. That's why I'm a little later today than what I'm doing because I usually, got to run and do that 12 and then come back and do this um, with the videos and then also work from home. And I ran Renee's late last night, and I ran Uncle Burpee, and I'm still doing Uncle Burpees too, because he got a lot of long videos. So I'm trying to get it in and pick the ones that he likes, which is, I believe, the yoga video. So I've been just running them. And also, I like to watch some of them too, and a lot when he goes around to eat in different places, so that I can see what's going on, try different foods, and actually know what's going on in the video. So I've been dealing with Uncle Burpee for the last 2 days. I've been really getting it in with him, and he's been coming checking me. So it's all love all around here. And I always pop up on you, Bert. And look, Billy and Rocky, my homies. I don't know what it is, but I care so much about the dogs. It's just got to me. We all can do. Yes, yes, I'm Logan. All we can do is try. That's all God requests of us. That's all that's needed. How you doing, Jason? Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for your time. I do sometime, but I have, and I'm not, I know I hate to seem like a Debbie Downer because I'm not, but I got a lot of medical issues. And that's one of the things that, especially when you do certain type of work and you start all that with carpal tunnel and issues like that. So I like to, but I haven't done them in a while because of some physical things. And then there's some things that I can do, mentally, like, if people playing a game, some of it I participate in and some of it I don't because I had something that when I was a child, and losing siblings kind of took that joy from me. But I'd like to watch and participate that way and cheer people on and understand what's going on. So I do the best I can, Jason. You are welcome, Sister Deborah. I'm glad you're doing good, Jason. It's much respect for you too, Vandell. I really appreciate it. You're a good, down to earth person. You're living the life that a lot of us forget about in ways because we get so caught up on relying on material things and letting a lot of people do stuff for us instead of getting down. I'm not saying everybody, but I'm guilty of it too in the world where there's a lot of stuff that sometimes you just don't need it. You don't have to watch TV every day. You know what I mean? And then some people have to because there's job requirements. So I understand that, but there's a lot of things that you can just sit back and really do. He said losing siblings is rough. Lost my brother, best friend this year. Oh man, you already know then what I'm talking about. And I'm going to tell you with me, with one of my siblings, we were the best of everything. And when that happened with them, it changed a lot of things that I used to do. And I know my family member wouldn't want me to take those things out of my life because of their death, but I just couldn't ever get back to it. Even with my own family, there's a lot of stuff that I don't participate because it just doesn't seem right. I mean, it's a lot of things. We used to build go-karts together, a whole lot. Anything that you could do with a sibling, whether they're a boy or a girl, and with a best friend. Because, with me, I look at my family members as more than just what they're born to be. Like, if that's born to be my brother's sister, he's my brother, he's my uncle, he's my best friend, she's my sister, she's my girl cousin. We bring it in like that. And I don't mean in any kind of weird way. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, it just changed things for me. But I love gaming. I got a gamer here. I used to participate deeply, and I mean, I'm coming back from Atari and Nintendo days. Come on now, y'all know what I'm talking about. Way back in the day. Even with music, we used to, my mother and them used to have a component set, 8 tracks. You get where I'm coming from? Way back. Even, when you have a CD player, we didn't have that. We didn't have that. We had cassette tapes. So when Maiden was talking about the cassette tapes, I was riding with them because I got a few of them around here. I also keep me a cassette player here, and I also have me a VCR slash combo, which with the DVD player. I don't just have a DVD player because I watch a lot of VSH tapes as well from old movies because I want to keep that in my life because those were fun things. Let me see. Oh, okay, somebody's leaving. Okay, that's right. That's right. He said, I'm hybrid, country and town, so I understand. Yes, Vandell, yes. And the thing is, this is what I say to people, and I'm not a Debbie Downer type of person, but I like to keep it honest with you how I feel. I'm not telling people how to feel or push off my feelings, but I think anytime you have someone that passes away in your life, you could get through it. God will help you get through it, but you never fully get over it. And it seems like it'll always hurt a bit, but in a way that you can handle. I think I still have some cassettes in my storage. I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff. Just like I had, I have some the older, not the ones that I'm keeping, but some older VSH players with the DVD attached to it. Well, it's a combo. Then I also have the actual just the VSH one. I mean VSH. And I went to drop them off to donate them to Salvation Army, someplace like that. They said they don't take them no more. And that was a blessing for me because when I brought them back home and I looked at the value, I could sell them for $500 and $600 on eBay. So that was them turning me down was a blessing. So that's a good thing to keep some of that old school stuff. And like I said, I enjoy the gaming big time. I mean, we got a lot of going on here. I remember back we started off, we used to, back more in the earlier times, being an adult at this time, Command and Conquer and them type of games. I wasn't part of all of that. I played on the computer, played in handheld, played it with, using remote controls, but I've never got back into it after I lost a family member from, years ago. It just stayed with me. Man and nature will always exist. Technology is, yes, yes, it is, Van Dam. Yes, it is. That's why we got to know how to live when we don't have those things available. Yes, Atari. Yes, yes, yes. And back then too, some parents didn't have a lot of money. Some of us didn't. We weren't able to get bikes right off, so we would build bikes from old parts. We were the type of children that got outside and played. Even though we finally got some systems at some point, we still would put the Atari down and go out and play football, volleyball, dodgeball, kick soccer. Girls, a lot of us played, the girls and boys, hopscotch, jump rope, double dutch. We were out there, even though we finally, because at some point we didn't have a lot of them systems, Atari, none of that. We didn't have any gamings. We were outside physically playing. I remember when we first started getting some games, we was getting like Pac-Man and stuff like that, handheld games. So we from where we can go without modern technology, even though we enjoy it. We'll be fine if we didn't have it. Yes, your loved ones, because see, this is the thing, too, that I feel, Logan, like you said, and we talked about this, me and you. I feel like we've been here and we met before, but I also feel when you establish a real, true connection, you believe in God and a relationship that you had with that person that's not there anymore, you will always be connected if you truly believe. He said, "Yeah, I have a tree house." Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Now that was our thing. Legitimate, real tree houses. Not just something thrown together. I mean, we used to do little campsites and little things like that, but I'm talking about an old school tree house. Oh my goodness, I miss those days. Cause see, I'm a tomboy. So I those days like that, I wouldn't trade them for the world. And I wish like a lot of the children that we have now, which I know yours, Vandell, probably are that like to get down and do that kind of stuff because a lot of the children, I'm not saying everybody, and I'm talking about, children around the world and in my family, they have gotten where they're used to all of the stuff that's done for them, almost like, they don't have to work for anything. And, all of them are not that way. I'm just saying in general, a few and they don't like that old school stuff. Like if you say you want to build a clubhouse, some of them would rather be doing something else. They don't want to really get down and do anything. And see, that's where we took the fun out of things by us not enjoying the good things that we used to enjoy from back in the day. You know. So I try to always keep that type of stuff going because it's always fun. And then I know like a lot of times when you have family, you got kids and stuff, you need to start showing them some of the stuff instead of letting them just take interest in every little thing that, society offers. Show them some old school stuff where you came from, what you did when you were a child. Show them how to have fun. Less is more, in a lot of cases and some folks don't, and there's nothing wrong with because I'm not telling nobody what to do or judging anybody, but I think we took a lot of the fun out of things because we don't hardly do a lot of the stuff that we do that's free, that was free, that didn't cost a thing. Yeah, I am blessed that my children do have the time, but they love hands-on. Yeah, and see, that's what we want to do. We want to be well-rounded, not half-cocked, if that makes sense. You want to be able to say, you know what? If I'm gonna take a little bit of time because I enjoyed PlayStations and things like that, but then I want to go outside and do something. You know, there's a lot of old school stuff that we need now because we done got so caught up in the modern technology that we don't know how to go without. You know what I mean? Yeah, stuck to the screen. And a lot of the stuff too that, that are good shows, like they've had, me, I'm coming from back in the day because they got like Peppa Pig now. And I remember like Barney. And when I came up, it was like Sesame Street, Electric Company, Zoom. All of those were positive programs that taught you something. It wasn't bad to sit there and enjoy it. But the thing is, you can't have the TV teach your kid everything. You have to be involved with them and teach them some of the stuff yourself and give them a certain amount of time that they can enjoy healthy programs, but bring it on back. They need to know how to cook, mop, do their laundry, spend quality time with each other as siblings, learn how to, have their little fighting sessions, but get back to loving each other. Go outside, sweep, break. If you live somewhere with snow, shovel, old things. Okay, Logan said, hey guys. Oh, he's talking to somebody. Okay. Yeah, back in the days. And it don't have to be back in the days. It's how you decide that you want your family to come up. Because I know I've had, even with me, and I'm not telling anybody what to do. And please, everybody here, don't misunderstand me, because I know we got some old school folks, and we do what we want with our family and our children and stuff like that. But a lot of times with certain children, everybody don't require a spanking. Sometimes you touch their circumstances, meaning there's no PlayStation time, or you can't go out and play basketball. You're on punishment. Old school. You don't have to knock somebody's head off for them to do what you say. And then it's parents that like to do spankings, that's their business. I don't judge nobody. That's how the electric company used to start. Yes. And I remember we're gonna zoom. It's so old, so I'm just trying to say it, zoom, because there were songs that went with that. And I mean, those were some good old days. Bill Nye, the science guy, that's me all day long. You understand what I mean? I'm speaking at you, Logan, and everybody. You know what I'm saying, y'all. Back in the day, all of those were the good old things that we learned. I remember too. I used to Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. I used to love Mr. Roger. He was calm, cool, and peaceful. But that wasn't the only thing. The only person I learned from. I learned from making mistakes, being outside, playing in the dirt, having fun, skinning up my knees, spraining some ankles and body parts. Yes, it is our job to that our youngins and family member and kids are gonna make it in life. And he said 3, 2, 1, contact, yes. And we grew up too watching cartoons back in the days, Pink Panther, Pippi LePew. Wonder Twins deactivate form of a jet. That's seriously. And we used to do that. Mr. Wizard was my jam. Yes, yes. See, that's what I'm talking about. And a lot of those cartoons didn't have you. It allowed you to use your imagination without being violent, angry, and getting hurt. Because the cartoons, a lot of these cartoons that are dangerous, some of them are fun. But if you got to, you believe in it, you're young, you get there and hurt yourself. But from back in the day, honey, we used to have all them good old school stuff. I mean, it was learning, really teaching you something. And I enjoyed all of it. But once again, we didn't spend all of our time doing that. We went outside. We had chores around the house. We had quality time with one another, sitting back and reading books, coloring, or practicing our writing, not just in school, but at home, at the table. You would have someone that sat with you and made sure you were spelling your name right, and that you had certain behavior practices when you went to school or out the door, outside to somebody else's house for dinner, or you're playing over at a friend's house in their backyard. You know how to say please and thank you to their parents. Yes, PBS. Oh, yes, that was it. Oh, boy, come on. Oh, my gosh. I remember that stuff is playing in my head right now. You knew how to act. You knew how to behave when you went out with your parents somewhere. You're at the grocery store. You're out to dinner. You knew it. Yep, and it's fun, and there's nothing wrong with being indoors. It's just that we don't want to just do something half of something. We want to have a lot of options of different things to do, other than always tied to some kind of device. Sometimes it's fun just to build stuff and put stuff together. You know what I mean? Hands on. What you saying? Because I know that with me, I had more fun with those things. And if you raise your kids up, because see, you have the option, it's not about what their friend got and all of that. Sometimes you have to let your kids know that this is our family and this is how we're doing it. There's nothing wrong with your friends' stuff, what they're doing, but we're not going to be just doing just that one thing. We're going to have a lot of options. Your friend may get on the TV and we're going to play a game and challenge each other. Well, I can't do it today, maybe another time because I'm getting ready to go fishing because we used to go fishing all the time. That was a fun thing that we did. I remember when we used to go to different parks. At some point, family will say, "You know what, you guys, let's get a bag and go around the park and pick up the trash that everybody threw on the ground, so the park can stay clean and it'd be somewhere nice and safe for like birds and stuff, so that they won't, ingest anything, a turtle, and choke and die." You understand what I'm saying? We did stuff like that, and that's how I've been with my own family. We did positive stuff, you know, going out to the lake to swim, to fish. And I remember when I let me say, yes, ma'am. My mom always said different strokes. Yes, and that was a show that I used to watch too. Different Strokes Rules the World. And that was another good show that I watched. Now that you mention that, but yeah, you got to learn how to do things that are fun without having everything be electronical. I can't go out the door. I don't help shovel the snow because I'm glued to the TV or I'm glued to my game station. And then there's nothing wrong with gaming, but know some of everything. You know what I mean? I always tell my family we want to be well rounded and not half cocked, meaning that I wouldn't know what to do if the water is off. You know what I mean? Well, if you pre-prep with some things and prepare, you will have some extra gallons of water put up somewhere. How to have fun if you don't even have a ball to throw around. You guys can run around and play tag. We did that a lot too. We played tag with each other. People didn't require a basketball, a football, a bat. We used to play kick soccer, those things. And then we had things, like I said, that didn't even require, because sometimes we used to have, folks that only one or two people in the neighborhood had balls, and we wanted to play basketball or kick soccer, and nobody, those two people weren't home. So what did we do? We made up something. Kick rock. I mean, they always make that joke, kick rocks with open-toed shoes, as a joke. But we actually have played games like that. We used to play with the marbles, dominoes. We used to play this game called card game called I Declare War. You know, they said yes. It says I taught mine to leave it better than yes, the better than that's right. And that's what I like to say to everybody here too. And I got another YouTube person that said when you come on the channel, well, mine is a hangout spot for here for YouTube. But when you come on here, don't leave the same way you came. Help somebody, share something, take something away from it, and enjoy. And that's how it is. We used to always do that, even with me, with family for the holidays. I think it's good that everybody pitches in to cook, everybody pitches in to clean, and do it like that instead of having one person weighed down with all of the issues. He said my 7-year-old packs up random trash. Yes, that's how you teach them how to be selfless sometimes. And when we were going to the park, and even with my family, when you cleaned up, you weren't cleaning up just your mess. Like, if you had a picnic area table, you cleaned up all the stuff that you had. We didn't do that. You walk around and you cleaned up other people's mess as well. And that was something that taught you responsibility, you know and you can do it safely. You're not going to be where you end up touching a hypodermic needle, or you're touching something somebody spat something out their mouth. I don't mean it like that, but I'm just saying clean up, because a lot of people get that wrong. When you say certain things, you got to break it down. Yes, ma'am. Random acts of kindness. Yes, and see, that's what we need to do. That's how we need to be. We need to be kind. You could just say anything to somebody that's just a kind word. You could just tell the person, have a nice day. You got a pretty smile. Hey, dude, I like your sneakers. Just anything, and not do it just to get any praise. Do it because you care, and you want to, and that you're a child of God. And God's children are all great and grand. And we don't have to do stuff just so that we're showing off for everybody to see that we've done something. We're doing it purely from our heart, and we mean it. And a lot of times folks don't do that. A lot of people do something to get something, or they do it for show. And see, that's where I'm not from. You know what I mean? Just like I remember back at Sesame Street, Mr. Snuffleupagus used to have those long lashes. And we used to laugh. It was fun. And now women are wearing these lashes where they can barely see. you know? It's just so much good stuff. A Big Bird, Bernie and Ert. I mean, Bernie and Ert. Bert and Ernie. I grew up with all of that. It's only dollar to a homeless person. My heart swelled. Yes, because you taught them the good values. Yeah, it is totally selfless. Like, I'm going to tell you what happened to me. There's a woman, this is my second time seeing her. She looked anywhere from the age maybe 25 to 35. And I can tell she was struggling and living outside. I gave her some money before. And then this time when I walked past her, she asked me for some money. And I said hi. And I walked by because I didn't want to pull out no money right there on the spot. And there was a man. I didn't know they were together, an older man. And it looks like he could have been about maybe 70. And he had his social security papers right there with his carriage where I told him to be careful because a lot of times your Social Security paperwork will have your Social Security number on it. And I walked by and I went to the car and I got $1 for both of them. And when I before I left from around them, I noticed that they were talking. So then when gave both of them $1, I went back to the car and I had a $5 bill. So I took the five back and I said, I said, you guys together? And she said, yeah. I said, well, since I gave both of y'all $1 and then I have a $5 bill, would you be willing to split it with him? This is what I can give you guys for now. And she said, yeah. And the man was putting up his paperwork because they were camped right outside the store to, panhandle. And I felt compelled to go and see if I could give them more than what I gave them, because you don't know nobody's story. And then also I seen that he had Social Security papers. So if he's on any type of disability or anything like that, I'm sure he just recently got a payment because I think they come out sometimes in the month, beginning of the month or something like that. So for him to be out panhandling, it must have been where his Social Security income wasn't enough money for him. So he needed to get out there to make ends meet. I didn't judge them. I didn't say, "Oh, didn't y'all just get paid because of Social Security in this state, city, town, or wherever where you at? You should have just got a check. So why are you out here trying to get money if you know you just got your check? Because you don't know that. You can't even say to, hey, Mike, why you want to borrow, $50 from me when you just got paid on Thursday? Don't you make about $700 a week? But what if that person, all their money went into food, mortgage, and payments like that, and they help somebody else out, and they need a little extra. We can't be the judge and jury for anybody, but you can tell too though when you got certain people out there that are running a con. And you can tell the way the ones that are running a con act, and then sometimes there's some that's running a con that you don't know it. But when you're giving it selfless from your heart, it doesn't matter if they run their con or not. God knew your true intentions, so you do it like that. You know, that's how I try to be the best I can, help when I can and not judge anybody. And then, if you got somebody that's running up on conning you and you've given them money and you rather give it to somebody that really needs it, but at least you did a kind act and it's not to prove anything. It's just that when you got, you believe in God and you're a decent person, you do what you can. And I have been around a lot of people that's conned me. I had one lady that asked me, for some money. No, she didn't ask me, not this lady. She was just out there and I gave her some money. And then the next day, I see not next day, the next week I seen her shopping in the same store I was shopping. So I mean, it is what it is. It's the truth. All right. I see everybody's chilling out a little bit, so I'm gonna chill out and I'll be back. He said, it's so hard to jump through hoops today to find rental and hard. Yes, yes, certain folks could. You're right about that, Vandell. Yes. Hello, it's morning for you. Byron, how are you? I'm so glad you could come by, my friend. How's things going? I am doing amazing. I am blessed. I'm whole, happy. I got you good friends here by my side. I am well, and I'm glad that you are too. I really appreciate you coming by. And I hope whatever you're doing. Oh, I'm glad you are great. Awesome. That sounds good to me. We just got to do the best we can and day by day work through it, stay strong, and carry on. That's all that any of us can ask for because there's going to be good and bad days, and we have to deal with all of it. So if you go, I'm going to head out. You have a great one too. Thank you so much for coming, Logan. I really appreciate it. Take God with you wherever you go, and I hope you continue to feel better because I know you said that you were sore. So I hope that gets better for you. And I really appreciate your time and your friendship. Stay blessed. You know, I'll be here for quite a while. I may go a little longer today because I kind of started late because I had to be outside the house to handle some things. So I'll be around if you ever want to come back through, and I definitely will come and support anything that you're doing. And have a good one, whatever time of day and night it is for you, time zones and all. Enjoy it. Let's see here. Even though I'm talking to people that are right here and they know that I'm talking to them, I still like to go in and type in hi or hey, regardless. So if y'all know that I've already spoke to you, I appreciate that you guys are here, but I also like to take the time and go in and physically say hi to everyone. Get everybody a nice big hello. Thank you for the friendships. I'm just taking the time to let everybody, if they gotta go, go, and also typing in physically. Even though, like I said hi verbally, and a few of you guys were on and heard me. I still like to come in and do this. So that's what I'm doing, just taking my time, saying hello physically with typing in some stuff. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Yep, I think I covered everybody. Yes. I want to ask Byron, do you have a channel? I don't know. I think I came to visit you, but I don't know if you have any content. Have a good day, everyone. Be blessed. You too. Thank you. I'm gonna check and see, Byron, if you have a channel, because I was wondering that. Let's see. All right, guys. I know everybody's busy and doing their thing, so I'm gonna tap out for a minute, but I shall be back. I forgot what who says that. Hey, what's up? How's everybody doing? Is it Cher or Shar? What's up, girl? What's happening? How you doing? I'm so glad that you could come by. I don't know if you're still here. Pre-retirement, ma'am. Thank you so much. How are you today? I don't know if you're still here, but it is a pleasure for you to stop by. And you know we run into each other everywhere out here in these YouTube streets. And I appreciate you and I thank you. And you know that I come and I visit you as well. I really appreciate you. I hope you are having an awesome day. You know, we all put God first place and we do what we got to do to get by. We're all friends here. We all serve one God. We're all trying to do our thing and love on one another. When I come over to visit you, whether I'm multitasking or not, I like to spend some real quality time because I like to be a part of the channel for real. I like to get some recipe tips. I like the love that you have poured over your food when you're cooking. And you're a nice person. And I just, I respect and appreciate the type of work that you do because I know what that's all about. And you're just a delight. So nice, peaceful. You love God, you love people. And I really appreciate you coming by to spend some of your time with me because we all have jobs. It's only 24 hours in a day. We got family. We got to cook, laundry, clean. So whenever somebody gives you some of their time, I really respect that. And I thank you dearly for that. And I just missed, I think her name is it Share? You know how we get on here and twist these names around. I am so sorry if I'm saying it wrong. But if she was on here, I would love for her to be able to let me know if I am not pronouncing it properly. But I thank her so much for coming. And I've been going over there checking her out too. She's been giving me some good ideas of some stuff to watch. I respect and appreciate that. I hope you're doing good. Like I said, Miss Pre-retirement, because yesterday Sister Lynn was touching base on a lot of stuff that I'd be talking about too. That's why me and her click so well. But she also was, making the thing with the graham crackers, a recipe that she got from you, which I am going to be trying, and I'm going to see if we're going to maybe do it for Christmas or just to have it because I know and I seen her and I seen your video that you can freeze that type of stuff and put it up. You know what I mean? So that's a good option, and it's a delicious treat to have in your mouth. Who this here? Let me see. This is my girl, my road dog. You know how we talk. I'm just messing with it. You know what I'm saying? And it's not taking me from Christ, just to throw a little bit of fun in there because a lot of people misunderstand everything you say. And see, that's one thing that I try not to do. I love God, and I want everybody to know that I love God. But I know that I am human at the end of the day, and I know that for me to say certain type of cliches, as long as I'm not cursing and meaning no harm, that it shouldn't be taken the wrong way. But what's up, Miss Quinn, up in the building? Yes, I'm talking just like that, and I love God. Yes, yes I do. You have a blessed day too, Miss Quinn. I really appreciate you. I thank you so much. I thank you so much, my dear. And I just popped in right quick just to see if anybody, want me to holler at them, anybody feel like chatting it up or anything, just, come in and out because I was on earlier. I got off getting some work done. And now I'm back in the building, just passing through and wanting to holler at everybody and wish everybody well. I hope we all doing our thing, living this thing called life. We always put God first place. We can talk about God in different ways, and we all have different ways of receiving Jesus Christ in our heart and our lives. And a lot of people, they go about it differently, but it arrives in the same place, long as you're doing it right. And I don't want to get on here and have to like prove to somebody that I'm trying to become a Christian or that I'm trying to work on my salvation. I just want to be and you just see what I'm doing here and understand that I'm heading towards the same place as you, but I don't want to get too caught up because that's why it's hard to find a church home because people try to outdo people with I'm more of a Christian than you. I'm stepping more better in this way than you are. And there is a lot of stuff going on here because I was watching and it's so funny too because what Miss I call her, let me see what it says. Hey, yes, ma'am, sister in Christ. We're down like four flat tires. I'm talking about hitting the rims. What? What? And that what that change? Oh, well, you got to say thou was though and the Lord. You know, no, no. We all ain't gonna necessarily have to speak in tongues like that to believe in God. We just keep it real and we do it moving. You understand what I'm saying? Just like when she was talking last night and I've been talking about this on these lives and some of you may have missed it or not. You know it yourselves. I talk about it with my family, but there's a lot going on with the man that we got that's supposed to represent this for us in the certain party. You know what I mean? But the fellow ain't doing well, and it ain't his fault. He's going through something that happens to a lot of us, and for him to already have been in the beginning stages of what he's going through medically, for him to be able to be put in place to run things the way he's running. He has been lucky enough considering his psychological status because there's some stuff going on mentally and physically. And I guess, none of the family or sons, daughters, nobody, none of his team, his camp, his vice lady, nobody's saying anything about it. And the man is not doing well. And she was speaking about that. We talk about this on a regular basis. I try not to get into politics too much because I don't want people to misunderstand. I don't care which way you vote. It's everybody's business, but I'm going to speak on some things like that, and I hope I'm not rubbing nobody the wrong way. And if I am, I'm sorry. And we all know we got that index finger that we can click, yeah, that we can clickety click, right? If we don't like what's going on, but it is true. It is true with that. And see, that's why me and her, because people think that when you have conversations with people that this may be the only social media that you communicate on, and they don't know if people know each other personally or got personal. People contacted people on email on a different channel, a second channel that a person may have so that they can communicate. But what I do know is that that is sad that what that man is going through and nobody's saying or doing anything about it. And then also, we touch base on like a lot of our famous people, all of the stuff that we got going on here with that representing false gods. And one minute somebody's got a halo on their head, the next minute they got some bull horns, and then you can tell how they're living in between. You can see you got to watch out for who you represent. All that Illuminati, I'm gonna say it. I don't care what it is. Alleged Illuminati, alleged, alleged, alleged. You got to keep saying that, or you're gonna get knocked down because you're keeping it real. But all that stuff like that, that's like some other type of force coming in with negativity, fake gods, fake beliefs, and we all got to know God for ourselves so we know what we're practicing. Sometimes you can wear something and don't know what it means, and it could be representing some type of evil. And I do believe in demonic spirits. No, I don't meditate in it or none of that, but I believe in it. And just like she said, the older kids and the bigger kids, and a lot of people don't realize that it's not just men that molest. Girls molest other girls too, and they molest boys. And a lot of times folks don't pay attention when you're allowing somebody that's older than your child to babysit, but they're not grown. You don't know that. And you got to keep a check on kids and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. Because see, with me and mine and my family, once you get a certain age, you don't take a bath with the boys no more or the girls. Everybody get their own bath now because y'all know what private parts are. Y'all are interested and intrigued, and you want to know things. We also, as females, you don't walk around the house in front of the boys with see-through nightgowns on, inappropriate clothes, opening and gapping your legs. Now, I know sisters and brothers wrestle and stuff with each other, but you have to be handled differently once you get a certain age because you have breasts and other developments of your body. A boy gets, naturally when he gets up in the morning and have to urinate. I'm just keeping it raw, real. So we all have to pay attention to that because that is stuff that can happen. There's a lot of stuff that happens to children and families because of incest. You may have a child that's 14 that can watch their 5-year-old sibling a couple of hours because they get home before that child. Okay, y'all, give me one All right, guys, I apologize for that because I do work in the house and out of the house, and I had got a call to pick up some scripts that should have been discontinued. Let me see. She said, right, we sure can't do that. If either. Yes, right, Miss Quinn, if you're still there, and I apologize, y'all, because I told you whenever I get on my breaks and I pop on here, I'm in a separate room from the rest of the family because we do a little business. I'm not bragging about nothing like we all that, but we got a little business that we run from here. And I get a chance to take breaks when I need to. And when I do the breaks, a lot of times I come on here. And plus my schedule's changed, so I had more time. But that is a phone that's for the house that the call just came in on. And that is not a business phone. We don't use our house phone, separate line set up. So yeah, I got that taken care of because they calling me for something that it shouldn't even been there. Well, not me, but for a family member. So I apologize for that, you guys. Whoever's here, whoever cares, whoever's listening, y'all know how that go. But yeah, as I was saying too, there's a lot of stuff that's going on here that people are not paying attention to, like all that stuff with our famous people. What bothers me the most is that everybody's flocking behind these people because of their fame and don't pay attention to their actual true personality and character. All of this stuff that we got going on out here, these people forming in these cliques, all this molestation and stuff coming out. I don't know why anybody's acting shocked. If you really watch these people and follow them in their careers or even just know people in life, period, whether they're famous or dirt poor, they are human beings and they're capable of doing vile things. So I don't know why everybody went crazy. The ones that's in trouble now went crazy about R. Kelly. Now they're dealing with it. Y'all know what I'm trying to say. But this stuff right here, I have always practiced that in my family. We don't do all the certain stuff you don't do with boys. And then I also been in situations with people that that babysit you. That the children, people being sexually active with a child that they're keeping because they're still a child. I know that firsthand. You understand what I mean? I'm not talking in second terms, the third person. I'm talking about, I know what that is. I've experienced that. I understand that. So we have to watch out for that as well because a lot of times folks ignore that. You have to know that you know. And even just because kids are siblings, it doesn't make them curious because I know what that's like. I've seen siblings do inappropriate stuff to each other because they had no training, they didn't know no better, they was curious and they fumbling around. That's what, and I'm talking straight up. I can write the book on that type of stuff because I was brought up and living in a neighborhood where half of us didn't have no guidance and folks was being, it was out of pocket. A lot of horrible things that has happened that I wish would never have happened to me. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not just making this up just to run my mouth, but like I said before, I've been talking this thing for a minute. Even my first video. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Guru? Nice to see you coming through. I appreciate it. I thank you so much. I hope you're doing your thing today or tomorrow and whenever you got something to do, get out and get it done. Because sometimes, we go how we go. And they always say, don't put off tomorrow what you can do today. So what I do is I sometimes you have to. You may not be feeling well. You may have said something you're gonna do yesterday that you was gonna do it today, and you had to push it off further. It depends on what works for each individual. But I'm glad that you guys had some time to stop by. I'm on a little break right now, so I got a minute to chat it up, chat with you guys and wish y'all well. But we were just talking about a lot of stuff going on out here with our famous people and the things that a lot of folks are ignoring and not paying attention to because they think because these people are financially established that they can do no wrong because they got a title behind their name or their wallet is, they full of money. They're worried about the wrong stuff instead of paying attention to what is. So we're just doing that, talking about different stuff like that, different topics. We're also talking, a few things I know I am about, our man that we got that's, representing all of us ain't doing too well and he needs to, take a break and no one's doing anything about it. The one that's representing, I try not to talk because we always have to say allegedly when you speak about stuff like that, even though we know it is what it is. We always have to say allegedly. But I know our guy that's, in office right now, we all know this though. It's not like just certain people talking about this and no, we all know that the man is not doing well and they just continue to let him keep going instead of, getting somewhere and enjoying retirement and getting up under a doctor's care and taking a break from all of this. That's just what it is. And sometimes you'd be shocked what people do for money. You know, and we just chatting it up about that and just living our best lives. And lucky that we're still going another day because life don't come with guarantees. It's what you make it. So I just taking my little break here, and I had a call here from the drugstore. It's something I shouldn't even be getting a call for, 'cause they seem to keep messing up everything. So yeah, that's pretty much all we doing over here is chillaxing, as they say. The young folks be saying, chillaxing and chatting it up. That's it. Everybody is getting out and getting into something. No matter what it may be, getting something done. 'Cause I know sometimes we get kind of stuck, or we ain't doing too good to do what we need to do, so we have to chill it back. But I tell you, sometimes it just don't seem like there's enough hours in the day. And if y'all hear me making some noise, I am on break, but I'm also doing some labels as I speak. So I hope nobody don't feel no kind of way. Most of the time, I don't do this on my break. I kind of open the live up when I'm at the ending of getting off my shift. But right now, I'm on break time, but sometimes I have a hard time just taking a break. I keep working. So that's pretty much what I'm doing right now. I'm just peeling and sticking some labels here. Y'all probably can hear me. Labels get jammed up sometimes. This machine, so you gotta take a lot of losses as well when you're printing off the labels. But yeah, that's all we doing over here. Just chatting it up about what's going on in the world and what's happening with folks out here. And we just wish everybody well. How are you today, Mr. Guru? How's things going for you? I don't want to be the one out talking to everybody and folks don't get a chance to, type in what they got to say because I'm the one with the mic, so to speak. I wish we could all chat it up. I was just saying that to a family member that I wish that we all could get on here where we can talk. I mean, actually get on, not just on, like few people on a panel, but all of us, but a family member of mine would say, now that probably would be a mess because people wouldn't relax and let everybody else get a chance to talk. But I think that a lot of folks would know how to be mature and respectable. And then there might, we're going to have some people that may not, how that goes. Let's be real. But I think that would be nice too. But so far it's been working good because people have been able to get a panel of people. I done seen people with 8, 9 folks on their panel that's talking. And they all come collectively from different channels and hang out with each other. I think that is completely awesome. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I'm just here doing what I do. I had a long shift here because sometimes when you work shifts, if people don't show up to relieve you on time, you end up having to stay over. And I got started a little late today with this live because of it, but it's all good. We all work together here and back each other up. And at my out the door job as well. Yeah, I do what it do. So I don't know if Mr. Guru left, but I asked him how he was doing and he didn't respond. And I don't know if Miss Quinn is busy, so I'm gonna tap off for a minute, I guess, and I'll come back. Yeah. Captain Charles. Trying to fix this thing, and I'm on the live here talking. The daggone phone rings, and I can't click it there quick enough. Damn Walgreens. So I just told him, I'm on my break. That's our phone, right? Plus, when you get open the chat, I'm period, so that you won't hear anything. Can you hear? Know you better. If you know, you know, can everything you like. So, so All right, you guys. All right, we got some people up in the building. What's happening, you guys? I'm kind of freelancing today, doing a little bit of work, but I am free. I am free. Hello. Hello, how are you, Miss Echo? Hey, Patty Fish, how are you? Patty Fish says hi, letting this run go into silent. Have a good one. You have a good one, whatever day, time, night, whatever it is for you too, Miss Patty Fish. And like I said, I'm doing a little bit of freelancing today because I'm trying to do a little something with this drugstore and get a little employment off of that. And I just got a call for some prescriptions. So you guys might have heard that and just rambling around, fixing and doing things in the house. It's been open. I just haven't been saying anything because I've been doing some stuff in the background, but I'm sure you're here. Okay, so sorry, I had to take a call from a friend who was going through. Please keep her in my prayers. Anika, praying for you in the name of Jesus, and whatever you're going through, you're able to get through it. And if God see fit to, take you out of it sooner, whatever that situation is, He will. His will be done. And prayers are up for you, my lady. If it's the name right, if I'm saying it right, Miss Quinn Anika. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff going on in here. And like I said, people are talking and saying stuff because I open it up. And usually I don't open this up until I'm off work, but I'm kind of officially working a little bit, but not because we decided that we're going to all start taking a break sometime. So, I just left it open and I wasn't here, but you probably heard what I was doing in the background, which is a lot of stuff going on up in here. And quite a few people doing stuff up in here. Let me see. Oh yeah. So how you doing today, Echo? Because I was talking to Guru, but he just said good morning. I guess it's morning for you guys, and he didn't say anything else, so I don't know what happened, but I was right here when he popped on. I guess he had something to do. But I hope you're doing well, Miss Echo. And I tell you, Miss Felicia Quinn, we all going through something, you know what I mean? That's why we all decided to, instead of just, keep working all the time, take some time off. Also, I want to get this live to pop in with more of what I'm doing in the background, just the regular, you know how people like that, what they call that? ASMR. I believe that's what it's called. That people like listening to vacuum cleaners, windshield wipers, sweeping motions, tapping, and I feel like when you just listen, even with me in my own house as a child and throughout my life, and now sometimes I like to just lay down on the bed and just listen to what everybody else is doing in the house. Somebody's running a blender, somebody done turned the vacuum cleaner on, somebody's on the phone talking to a friend, not listening to nobody's private business. You know what I'm saying? Mopping, talking. And that's kind of how I've been doing it today too, because I got some, a more freer day than normal because we said we were going to do this. And then sometimes we get done early. And what you decide to do with your time, especially if you're self-employed, you can kind of work it as long as you're not taking advantage of nobody or nothing and you're doing your work. So yeah, so just leave it open for a minute and see what's happening. I'm also supporting. I got Uncle Burpees now. I've been doing him for like the last 2 days now, running the long videos and getting it in. All right, y'all. Y'all gonna hear a lot of background stuff going on here and there. I might put it on mute here and there, but I just want y'all to know that I'm freer today than normal, so I'm just letting it rip. Keep that in mind, y'all. So you might hear some stuff. It ain't gonna be nothing disrespectful. It's just life. People doing their thing. All right, now praying for your friend, Miss Felicia, Sister Felicia. All right. Hey, what's up, Bert? How you doing? I appreciate you. I thank you so much. I've been doing a little bit of freelancing here today where I've been letting it just play. Whatever you hear in the background, you hear. I just opened it up to live, but at the same time, I'm supposed to be off today, but I'm kind of caught up because some things seem like it was getting done early and got some stuff that got messed up a little bit here. So I got to get back on and do a few more things here. Not off the clock, I guess. Oh boy. Then tomorrow's out the door again for another long 12-hour day. But it's all good. Oh, Unc, I am so sorry to hear that. Oh, that's terrible. That's terrible. And I know how it is. A lot of people don't take their pets as serious as we should. And when Noah was building that ark, he said, put one of every kind. And that's not just humans. He was talking about birds, dogs, cats. Oh boy, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh my goodness. Wow. Thanks for letting me know that because I said, oh, he's so cute. Who is this cute one here? Oh, full of life, very smart, sitting right there in your hand eating. Wow. I'm sorry that happened. Oh boy. Uncle, I'm watching your huge game workout video. I'm running that right now too. And I've been running you for like the last 2 days because I like your stamina. I like your dedication, and I promise you, if I would have met you a couple of years ago, I probably could do some of the exercise that you do. But honey, I done got so messed up medically since then. But I still watch you, and once in a while, I try to get a push up in, but I got real bad dexterity, and oh boy, so I'll write a book on it. But yeah, I'm running that. Actually, I've been running you, and I got it. I got it running where I can hear it too. And I had to learn how to block it so that it won't be playing in the live for any video. I don't know what I'm doing over here, but I'm trying. I am trying, and I thank you so much. Hello, my dear sister, Piers Palms. How are you? That is such a beautiful title that you use because a lot of people, they read that title and they don't even know that that's exactly how he was on the cross. I hope you're doing well. I hope your little one is doing well. I'm so glad that you had time to stop by to hang out with me. I really appreciate it. You already know what's up, Bart, bro. How are you today? Hey, Patty. I hope everybody's doing well. And once again, I'd like to thank you guys more than I can say for spending some time with me. You know, we all only have 24 hours in the day, and we all have family, kids, jobs. We have to spend our time with the Lord. We have to clean, we have to cook. So anytime somebody come through like this, and I want you guys to understand that I really appreciate it. And it is called silent, silent live for a reason because sometimes you put the lives up silent because you're praying, and whoever comes in the live while you're praying for them too. And with me, the reason why I'm on here and I'm able to talk verbally more is because my schedule has changed. And tomorrow, if it works out, I'm going to have Freestyle Friday, which is going to be freestyle, where you're going to hear everything that's going on in my background with my family, us talking, because we're deciding to start picking some days that we're going to have some days off instead of working, especially when you work in the house and you work out of the house, running out, doing 12-hour shifts and then coming back, working the regular shift, printing labels, just a whole bunch of stuff. But there's no complaints here because we're lucky to have. And a lot of times, people got so much going on that they got to try to spread themselves thin. But what I know is that when you're in this world and you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, you are there for one another. And for us doing this on YouTube to share and get around to as many as people as we can to help them out, to help ourselves, to have friendships, I think that God is smiling at us. You understand? Because all of this is not easy. And I think a lot of people, oh, here I go. I think, oh, I think a lot of people don't understand that God works miracles all the time. I think that, he says, ask and you shall receive, but we're not going to always get everything we ask for because we don't have to have everything we ask for. Sometimes we got to be happy for what we got. And instead of always, when we seek him, we always want something. We seek his hands and not his face. And sometimes we have to be grateful and just say, thank you for what you have done. You understand? Not just, oh, I need a new stove. I need a new shoes. I need this. I need that. Even some medical stuff. Sometimes you just chill back and just say, I thank you for what you have done for me. I honor you. I praise you. I'm not coming for anything today. I'm thanking you for you being you, for you loving me. That right there is something that I try to practice. And I realize the more that I'm learning about this, sometimes before I even wake up, I start giving him thanks and praise. And I find myself waking up talking, thank you, Lord, thank you, Jesus. And then I'd be thankful that I can see, thankful that I can hear, that I'm not deceived. Because I've been listening to Sister Pierce Palm, and she's been talking a lot about people that are being deceived and false prophets. And, sometimes you can get into a church and this the false gods, and they use God to manipulate and control us and brainwash us. So we have to be careful. People will worship items and objects over God. People will know that they're supposed to spend time with God, and they'll be with their kids because their kids, they think they're babies and because they're innocent. And it's not, that's not how it works. God is first, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. And a lot of people don't pay attention to him until they want to run to church once a day, once a week, and they feel that they put their church time in and that they're good to go. And that's not it either. You have to seek and praise God every day of your life, all day, every day. Give thanks and praise. Find yourself saying hallelujah, God, thank you, Jesus, all day long, every day, night. Praise Him. And just like with me, I do a lot of fasting, a lot of fasting. Even though if you look at my weight, you wouldn't be able to tell, but I'm going to keep it real. I do. I do. And I also am learning that, and I have known though, but it just gets better and better that less is more. A lot of times we're so caught up on having and give, and me, and I, that we forget that we're blessed just to be alive and to have a God in our life.
You understand, that cares about us, that allows us to make mistakes, and he will still be there for us. No matter how bad it gets, your negative thoughts, how you feel, what you say, what someone's done to you, he can raise you up out of that and cleanse you and make you whole again. Old things are made new again. You understand what I'm saying? And I'd like to share that because this is things that I struggle with every day in my life. And I'm not going to lie, I am trying to, because just because God is forgiven, it doesn't mean that we can keep sinning. But when we do make these mistakes, he will forgive us, but we have to know that he will forgive us because he know that it's not on purpose, not to do it on purpose and say, oh, I can do anything I want and God's going to be, forgive me. No, it don't go like that. He knows if your heart is pure. He knows that. And that's what's so good about him. And I keep telling people there was a lot of times when I've been gone to work and I haven't seen family all day. I like to come home quietly, aside from everybody, and go in and get my Bible and read and just take that time for that more than even seeking family. I'm not saying that I don't love my family. And if you have kids, husband, sister, uncles, not that. It's just that God is more important than anyone. He made what we have, everything that we have in our entire lives. There's nothing that anybody can say that God is not in control of. And a lot of times, us as humans, we try to will our way of making things happen the way we want to happen when God tells us to wait because we have need, greeds, and wants. And we have to make this true thought in our head to say, well, you know what? If God is not saying this, just like with us, and I want you guys to please don't misunderstand me. I promise you, I'm not trying to deceive or play games, but I know that we had the C-19 out here and it's still out here. And I tell you, I don't know how to explain it. I know that they got a lot of vaccines and stuff out here, and you got to pray over that stuff. Whoever wants to get vaccinated, I don't judge anybody, but I haven't been told by God to stop wearing my mask. I don't care. I sometimes I go places and I'm the only one wearing a mask. The only time I've taken my mask off is when I go to the dentist and my annual doctor's appointment where, they got to look in your mouth. Other than that, I just haven't felt that he's told me to take my mask off. Look at Miss Pierce Palms here. She said, I am good, sis. I'm glad you are. Yes, he is okay too. She's talking about the little one. Yes, ma'am. And I just want everybody to know that we all have different circumstances in our life. But I'm gonna say this honest. Oh, well, here I go. Yes, ma'am, I have to. I just don't feel, and people like to get uncomfortable when you speak about that because they decided not to wear a mask. It's not for me to judge anyone. I just want to share my life and what I'm doing. There's nothing wrong with any choice anybody make because we all have our rights. God give us free will. So we have to will it the way we see fit for us and our family. I just never felt comfortable because see, people don't understand that this is just a different plague here with the C-19. This came to pass already. If you look in the Bible, there's so many things that has happened that are similar to this, but it's different names. You understand when Moses went to Pharaoh for him to free the people. How many plagues did Moses turn the water red to show him? There was a problem with frogs. You understand what I mean? So there's different plagues around that had already been here. So when you have something like C-19, there's always, even with the flu every year, there's always millions of people that pass away because of this stuff. But see, we're born in a dying world. So what we have to do, we have to live for the future. We have to live beyond just living and say, I want eternal life. We say these things, but what is eternal life? It's way past living here in this life, in this body. This is going to the spiritual realm to a next level. And all of us are not going to make it because God will know who's true in their heart and who's not. And I've been across a lot of churches and people that you think are in ministry and they're really not. A lot of them are carrying demonic spirits and a lot of them want to brainwash you. I have a person that I know that joined the church. First of all, I'm not judging her. So whenever I speak like this, I'm just speaking of real truth, but it's not no judgment there. But they got involved with this man and he started inviting them, inviting her to come to his church. Now, first of all, if you look into certain things, you have to pay attention if you're looking, if you want to see. Got involved with this man, and immediately as she started going to his church, She started seeing things. She brought her family there for them to get baptized by this man. But the thing is, the man, the pastor, he had the first lady. Everybody knows when you're in church who the first lady is. That means that's that man's wife. So she seen that. Then he had another woman that he was dealing with. She seen that, and she continued on to have a relationship with this man, and it messed up a lot of her life. And she just didn't understand because he was, a false prophet. Because if he's already married and he's seeing her while he's married to someone else and then another woman that's in the same congregation, there's a problem there. But she didn't I guess she didn't understand or didn't want to understand, and the other woman that he was seeing didn't want to understand it either. Then his wife knowing, trying to hold on to her marriage. It was just a big mess. And see, when we talk like this, the first thing people say, you're gossiping. No, it's not gossip. It's praying for those that don't know, because we have a lot of wolf in sheep's clothing. You praying that these women wake up and they understand. You're even praying that the pastor that's deceiving them, that he can turn his ways around and serve God for real, instead of trying to use God words towards people and have them believe that he is doing the right thing. And a lot of people don't have that. They just don't, they don't do that. They say one thing and they do another. Yes, and as I was saying, we all have to pay attention because a lot of people don't know God. So if they don't know God, they're easily influenced. And I've been noticing that a lot of folks have these services so that they can manipulate you, and people don't understand that the devil will use people to hurt you. It could be your own family and your own friends. Yes, Miss Pierce. Yes, we have to watch this, and that's why I always try to say, just like I noticed that a lot of people like to worship a lot of people because they're famous. But people got to realize too, even the pastor is not God. The pastor is a vessel that God works through, but your pastor can deceive you as well. The congregation can deceive you as well. If you don't know God for yourself, you can easily be brainwashed. And that's why I keep telling people, I can hear how they speak about church, and you can tell that it's not going in the right kind of way because of the stuff that's going on. I even have a friend of mine that her son was getting in a lot of trouble, so she got him into church, but she didn't pay attention to what this church was about. And her son was a young teenager. Yes, Miss Pierce, you know what I'm talking about. They had these kids out. They ended up being arrested, and it was in the newspaper. They had these kids out in different weather conditions, too hot, too cold, different places selling candy. and the kids were allowed to do whatever they wanted to do, and they kept marrying couples. Like this one guy, he got married, and within 9 months that marriage didn't work out, and they married him to another woman. That's not how it's supposed to work in, in the church. As a matter of fact, anytime you end any kind of relationship, especially a marriage, but if you got a boyfriend or girlfriend and you just broke up, it's not good to jump right in another relationship. You have to heal spiritually, emotionally, and your physical body. If you just were in, and I want to talk, yes, it's not biblical, yes ma'am, yes ma'am, yes. And I keep trying to explain to a lot of men and women, anytime you into a intimate relationship, and I don't want to talk disrespectful, I'm trying to make the point here. Anytime you're in an intimate relationship with someone, obviously there's intimacy just being together, but in the bedroom, you can't jump and get in the bed with someone else either, because you have to cleanse your body. Hey, Miss Quinn, how you doing? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You have to cleanse your body. As women, especially even with men, as women, when you are in a relationship with your own husband and you guys are together, you have to cleanse your body out. You can't just keep laying up, laying up. You have to clean yourself out inside from down there, if you know what I mean. You have to, there's food for the soul. You understand? There's also times our body has to go through a cleansing. And a lot of times people don't realize when you fast is a way of cleansing yourself as well too, because even though a lot of us eat a lot of healthy food, we still need some time for our body to empty out and regroup. And a lot of times when you're in relationships with people, you're mixing and blending body fluids when you have not cleansed yourself from one person to the next, even if it's a kiss, the wetness on your lips. You have to watch out for that. And these people in this church had these people getting married. One girl, they kept trying to talk her into, she was there and she had kids, but she wasn't married. And they talked her into getting married to this guy. They just kind of forced her into it. And the guy had, herpes. No disrespect, because they didn't know the guy and neither did she. People are not paying attention when you get into these intimate relationships with people that you're supposed to be. See, intimacy is just not a bedroom act. Intimacy means to see into you, and that's going to a spiritual level. Also, people need to take themselves to the doctors and stuff if they're planning on getting married, and see who's being tested for what they have, far as any type of venereal disease, as well as, entering this union spiritually. That, are you cleansed? Are you ready to serve the Lord? Because I'm walking with the Lord. You understand what I'm saying? We have to pay attention to that kind of stuff. Is this man God fearing? Is this woman God fearing? Are we entering this and bringing God into this marriage, or are we just going to lust? Some people were married just for the lust purposes of the relationship, and not seek a holy relationship. And that's why a lot of relationships don't last, because people get into it just for the sexual component, excuse my language, of the relationship, opposed to, can we make it work? But what does that mean? Well, my husband, or I say my wife, we just had a baby. Yes, ma'am. It will. It will. Yes, Pierce prompt. Amen. Amen. Yes. And that's what I keep saying. You got to look at it for what it's worth. Okay, what's going on now? Okay. Me and my husband, we'll just put it real serious there. Serious, serious relationship. I'm not saying people are not in love, that's in a long time and not married, but we want to do it with God if we can. You know what I'm saying? And you get married and y'all decide to have a baby. Okay, well, what is your husband going to do during that time that your body is cleansing itself of the afterbirth and all the fluids that need to drain out of your body after you have a baby? Do you have a man in your life that is going to make sure that he can understand that he has to wait for you to cleanse your body out, or is he going to go in bed with another woman? Do you understand? Is he going to help you with the baby, help you change yourself when you need to be clean because you're not feeling well? See, this is the stuff that causes divorce and issues, because people are not in it for the right reasons. A relationship, to get married, obviously God wants you to enjoy intimacy with your husband or wife, but that's not all what a marriage is or a relationship. You have to go further into that. And if you don't connect spiritually, the physical stuff is not going to last. Spiritual stuff can outlast and endure anything. A lot of people don't understand that. And then you got to make sure you have a partner where you just say, for instance, your husband, he's got an injury and he's not able to, whatever you guys enjoy intimacy in your bedroom, he's not able to do that right now. What are you going to lie with another man? Or are you connected to this man in a spiritual way that it doesn't matter if you're able to enjoy that part of relationship? You have something even greater. That's what I'm talking about. Do you understand me what I'm saying, Piers Palms? You know what I'm talking about? Yes, because a lot of people base their relationship on what you can do for me, and always wanting everything to be the fun and the laughter. What about when you guys have your first child together and you don't agree on something that y'all have planned for the child? Was that, does that make or break the marriage? You find a way to resolve the conflict, and you give and take out of whatever the situation is. Like if you say, well, I don't want my child to take a bottle, but the husband wants the baby to be just breastfed. You understand what I mean? He has to understand that, well, because me, I think breastfeeding is amazing. And God naturally equipped our bodies as women to breastfeed. But if you have a problem where you can't breastfeed because something is going on with your breast, you're not producing milk right away, or you don't have any milk, the bottle is going to have to be a supplement. How can that be an argument with you and your husband over something like that when y'all should known these things before you got married? What you're expecting out of the marriage? What are you expecting from each other as far as our work, finances? Who knows how to cook? Who cleans? How do we love each other? Do you understand what I mean? Do we stick together as soon as we have a problem? We're ready to go and have a divorce because of different things. I know a lot of women that have told me, and the women that I've known have said that whenever, let me say, we need a show to help people. Yes, ma'am. Oh my goodness. Yes, oh my goodness. Yes, Miss Pierce Brown. People are not understanding. They're not looking into things. Everybody's worried about, oh, well, look at her. She's looking good. She's got firm breasts. She's got a firm behind. Oh, she's pretty in the face. Oh, wow. And then him, he's looking strong. He's got strong legs. But what is he spiritually? What is she spiritually? This is what I want to know more than anything. What are you doing spiritually? Do you honor thy father? Do you understand who God is? Oh, thank you, Miss Pierce Palm. You do too. That's why you see how I keep popping up on you and listening and learning from you too. Because it's you, honey. Listen, God uses people to do good things to help other people, but the devil will use somebody close to you to hurt you. It may be your own sister. People don't like to talk about it, but we have to be for real there, because God doesn't make no junk. And we have a lot of people that have the demonic spirit on them. But the thing is, God gives us free will. And if we want help with that, we can get help with that. But if we don't want to get help with it, the devil will run rampant and keep you from even having a relationship with God. And that's why we have to be at peace as well, too. You don't want to be in a family feud with your aunt, your sisters, your uncle, because anytime you have that negativity, that's a force that's in the way that's blocking what God has planned for your life. And if you keep worrying about, oh my gosh, me and my sister, oh my gosh, she's mad at me. I mean, some of this stuff is normal stuff, but it's how far you take it. And a lot of times we are more worried about what people think of us than God. Amen, Miss Pierce Palms. You know what I mean? We worry about, oh, what does this person think? It's not about them. Of course, you're going to behave respectful and love people and want to, treat people right, but you got to stop putting them before God. That's the whole problem. Everybody's worried about these worldly things when they're not paying attention. When you die, like in the States and anywhere, when you pass away, all of those material things you got are not going to be buried in the grave with you. And they said, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and God will give you beauty for your ashes. Do you want to rise again? Are you living for eternity, or are you just living to go to the nail shop the next day? You understand what I mean? You're just worried about how these jeans are fitting. So when I walk into work past these guys, they're looking at me. And that's how you want to be seen, as an object? Or do you want people to hear your heart and hear God in you when you speak? Because that's the stuff that I'm working on. And it's hard to do that when you are full of foolishness in the world and you don't take time aside to cleanse your body out, to cleanse your mind. And I know that we're all going to have problems with our kids, husband, friends, co-workers, but it depends on how you let it affect you. That's going to block your blessings. And I know this for a fact because I have been in situations that's been so bad that I couldn't even listen to the obedience of God because I'm letting these people tell me what to do. And sometimes with these false prophets, sometimes it could be a family member that they don't know God and they're trying to tell you something, but you know God yourself. So you're able to defend yourself and say, no, that's not what it says. No, that's not what my father promised me. Because it could be family that's coming in the way of you getting to where you need to be. And even when they say, when you have your husband, you cleave unto your husband. Yes, you do, but he does not come before God. Neither does your kids. And a lot of people get into the religion, and they seem like they make it what they want it to be. So whenever they do what they want, it's okay. But it doesn't work like that. Sometimes you can say, well, I need this, God. And just because you ask, first of all, he says, ask and you shall receive. But sometimes we don't get all the stuff we ask for because that's not what you need. That's not what he feels that we need. It's not us telling him that. You could say, well, why wouldn't God want me to get a stove? And he know that I don't have a stove. Why wouldn't he want me to get a stove? And when I asked him, I still haven't received a stove because he said you need a coat. That's why. The coat is more important because the journey that I have you on, you need a coat right now. You can continue to cook the way you're cooking right now because that's fine right now. But what else I got planned for you to do? You need a coat. You understand? Oh, well, I want a TV. I want a computer. That's not what you need right now. You need to be able to leave those devices alone and read the Bible. That's what you do. Oh, well, these people got a TV and I want no, that's not for you right now. They don't People don't understand every rose has a thorn. And what God is doing is pruning us because this is our journey. And a man asked, he said to God, he said, God, where were you when my son died? God said, I was in the same place I was when my son died. Thank you, Bert. I appreciate it. And see, that's the whole thing. Do you ever notice though that people are so quick like to pray and ask people to pray for them, and then as soon as they get what they want, they forget about God. Do you understand what I mean? They only go to him to seek his hands and not his face. So every time they get a chance, they want something and then they don't care. Oh, now can I da da da? And then you get it, then you don't want to be bothered no more. I'm telling you, I have times here that I make a lot of mistakes in the flesh and do a lot of bad stuff, and I always repent. But sometimes I get so hurt by me being disobedient because of my actions and my thoughts. Even though God is forgiven, I still feel bad because I be thinking that I'm further along in what I'm trying to do. And sometimes I mess up. And sometimes I cry. And then you know how you try to humble yourself. Sometimes I have to go past being humble and I have to deal with great humility. Sometimes we have to be humiliated to be able to get to where we need to be. And you know how kids cry, how our children cry. I cry like that. You've heard kids cry when they cry down, deep down. I do that as a grown, full grown woman because I know that my father's speaking to me and I know that I need to be able to listen. I have to be stripped away of any pride, holding my head up too high, acting like I can just do all things. And a lot of that is a block. I remember one day, and I say this all the time, that I left out. I just served God and did what I was supposed to do, and I left out. And I got halfway to where I was going, and I realized I didn't have my wallet. So that means you're driving without a license. You don't have money to go and buy what you need to buy, so you got to go back. And the first thing the devil tried to jump on and make me mad, dang, all that foolishness, making you want to drive fast and, rush and all that. And God touched me and said, it doesn't matter if you're going to be late, calm down and go back home and do what I tell you to do. And I promise you, it went with ease. Yes, God calls us all little children. Yes, ma'am. And we are. We are Pierce Palm. We are. And what people don't understand is that I have a mother, that birthed me and a father that, helped create me. But God is their father too. God is your kid's father. You understand what I mean? It's one God. It doesn't matter how you want to call on him. I don't care if you want to call it. You understand what I'm saying? People don't pay attention to that. They ignore that. You understand what I'm saying? Pierce Palm, you know what I mean. And Miss Felicia, I know you're there. And Bert might be in and out, but you understand. He's all of our fathers. Me and my mother, yes, we have the same father. Me and my father have the same father. Amen. Yes. I got a sister over here in Kenya. She got the same father as me. That's why she's my sister. You know why? Because if we all say we believe in God, what does that make us? Brothers and sisters. Even if you say, "Oh, I'm Baptist, I'm a Muslim, I'm Pentecostal," no, it doesn't matter which way you want to call it. There's only one God. And when we seek him, we're all brothers and sisters. You could be purple, you could be green, this nationality, this race, and God is all of our Father. That's why he wants us when they have fellowship. Fellowship is come together, brothers and sisters, in the kingdom, in the house of the Lord, the King of Kings. And people don't want to, they don't want to face that. And see, and you know how God gives us free will. A lot of times what people don't understand is free will is way bigger range than what we see. Just like right now with free will, if you look at how many we have, people that's trillionaires, out here, millionaires. And if we have people, like if we had the right people in the world that would share the abundance that God has blessed them with, we wouldn't have poor countries, people starving and not having food. But God gives us free will. So, when it's your time to face him, you have to be accountable, and every knee must bow on earth and underneath the earth. Every knee must bow. To be absent of the body is to be present with the Lord. People don't understand that. God is coming with his wages. Rapture is coming, it's coming. And everybody always think they got tomorrow. No, you have to stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Stay ready. Be in the word. Don't start, oh, I'm sick now, Lord, help me. My side hurting. I got a heart problem, Lord Jesus, now. No, no, no. You give him thanks and praise when it's up, down, and in between. This is how whenever it happens, you don't even know. You don't have to have a sickness like, oh well, they told me I got 6 months to live, so now I'm going to start getting God in my life. No, some people die of natural causes. Babies die, teenagers die. Anybody can die, but if you know you're standing right, if anything happened to you suddenly, you know you're going to heaven. You know where you're going to land because you have served the Father, not just your man, your husband, your kids, your job. You have served the Father. The gates to heaven is short and narrow. The people that you think are going to be in heaven are not going to be. False prophets. You may say, well, this is the first lady. This is the pastor's wife. She's a good woman. She runs the church service. She does all of this to help the congregation out. Then you got Mary over here. Mary's in jail because she killed her 2 kids. And then you say, well, who you think is going to go to heaven? Who's not? It may not even be the pastor wife. It may be the one that killed her children because she was true in her heart. She repented for what she did. And the church lady has been playing the game with false prophet, deception. You got to know that you know. And that's the thing about when it comes to God. I'm going to tell you guys this, and y'all going to hear me say this stuff because I'm a repeat offender. Anytime God says something, it has to be repeated. I remember as a young girl, I wasn't raised up. I had people around me that spoke about God, but I wasn't raised up to be a Christian or any of that. I had good people in my family, but I just wasn't raised up that way, which, I hate that I didn't have that, but, I'm gaining it. Marquise Payne. Hello, Marquise. How you doing? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Blessings to you. Amen. In Jesus' name. Thank you. And I'm going to tell y'all this, and I might get a little rough around the edges, but I'm going to be real and raw. We didn't have that, I wasn't raised up that way. And there was a lady that used to go to church, and she let me come to church with her. I think I probably was about 7 8. I don't quote me because I don't want to seem like I'm fibbing in case I forgot, because it's been a long time, because I'm older now. You know what I'm saying? We don't remember it all. But she brought me to church, and the church that I went to, they used to be like in church, they call it Tarian, like Jesus, 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 Jesus. I mean, a lot of that, the healing and all of that, falling back in the chair, slobbering at the mouth. So I'm sitting there, because I never been to a church. So I'm sitting there looking around. Well, actually, I was on my knees because we all were kneeling. Hello, Renee. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. Oh, Marquise, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. And I'm telling you, I was there and I'm looking around everybody. We all kneeling, with our chairs in front of us. And I seen everybody what they were doing. So I started copying. So I started going, Jesus, 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 and start trying to act like I was spitting something, which that's supposed to come naturally out your mouth. And listen to me, y'all. I'm gonna break down here and I'm so sorry. Let me see what Renee trying to say. Cats have had their afternoon snack. Thank you for hanging out, Renee. I really appreciate it. And I hope you're gonna be comfortable with some of the content that I'm talking about. So I started copying what I seen everybody else doing. Now, mind you, I'm a little girl, never been to church. Now, I'm not saying that maybe my mother brought me when I was in her stomach or 8 months old, 5 years old and don't remember, but I think I was about 7 to 8. So I started copying these people, everybody what they were doing in this church. And I promise you, listen to me, y'all. Oh, every time, every time I talk about this, I feel the same way. Something, listen to me. And I didn't know at first what it was. And I can say it now because I can define it better as adult. It was God that touched me. Listen to me. That feeling that I had, I ain't never felt that good before in my life. I'm talking about getting married didn't do it. Having children didn't do it. Buying your first house, a car, nothing ever felt like that. And I went on to a life of a whole bunch of problems, didn't know my self worth, didn't stay on that path because I didn't have nobody to bring me. I didn't know my self worth. I didn't understand. And I've been chasing that ever since then. Almost like how you have people that they say they're addicted to drugs and they done tried this and their first time. No, nothing like that. Nothing has ever felt that good. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nothing in my life. Nothing. No kids come before him. You understand? Buying a house, a material, nothing never touched me like that before. And I'm on that ride right now and I'm chasing that and I'm going to die with it. You understand what I mean? I would never, ever let that experience go because it was something that trained me for my journey. And I always tell everybody that every rose has a thorn. God prunes back. He's pruning you back, no matter what it is. Even if you feel like you fell off the track with something that you were doing good and you messed up. I don't care if you're in the crack house. I don't care if you're on the stripper pole. You seek him and he will come for you. But God ain't gonna give you everything you want. He gonna know what you need. And like I said, you could say, well, I need to get a car because I'm taking 3 and 4 buses to work, and I asked him for a car, but he didn't give me a car. Well, that's not what you're supposed to have. He said you needed a coach because the journey he got you on, you need a coach, not a car, even though you think you should have got a car. You understand what I'm saying? It's not always what you want. We got need, greeds, and wants, and you have to make the right decision anytime any of those come up. And that's almost every day in our life. You have to choose to be good. You have to choose to get in there and take a bath, and you have to choose. Just like I'm gonna tell you what happened to me. I went to the store the other day, and there's a girl out there that's struggling. She's out here homeless and some drug issues and whatever have you. And I gave her some money before, but this time she was out there and she said, hello, how you doing? You got $1? That type of talk. And I said, I'm all right because I didn't want to pull no money out there, right? There's a lot of people there. And there was an older gentleman sitting there, but I didn't know they were together. So I went to the car and I was able to get $1 for her and $1 for him. But before I left to give them that dollar, I said, let me see if I got some money somewhere in this car for them. I noticed that they were together, and the older man, he had some social security paperwork, in his carriage there. And I told him, you got to put your stuff up, sir, because somebody will grab that. They'll end up with your social security number taking over your identity. So I left and I went back to the car, and I had $5 more to add to, what I gave them, which was $1 a piece. And that man, he was so thankful that I was telling him what to do with his social security paperwork than me giving them anything. I understand that. And and I got another guy that I see, and he said, I talked with him. We had a good conversation. And he said, I thank you so much for talking to me. He said, because a lot of people, I said, why wouldn't I talk to you? You are my brother. I'm not no better than you. I'm not no better than you because you're going through something right now. Yes, Marquise, you know what I'm saying. I told him, I said, you're my brother. It don't got nothing to do with nothing to do with because I'm in the car or I got a coat and you don't. It's not about that. And I remember asking him, do he have a coat? And he said, no. I said, well, next time I see you, I want to get you a coat. And he said, okay. I said, would you accept the coat from me? Do you mind? And he said, no, I appreciate it. But I haven't seen him since then. But I'm going to tell you, I had some money for him one day too. And because I realized I was saying I was going to get him a coat. And then I said, well, if I see him before I get the coat, I'll give him some money. So I was looking for him and I didn't see him, but I seen, 2 or 3 people going car to car and they came up to me and the money that I was going to give to him, because I didn't see him, I gave it to them. And guess what? I was helping. Oh my goodness. I was helping them with the funeral. They were trying to bury a young woman. And that money that I was going to give to him helped somebody with the funeral. You see how you never know who you're going to help, what's going to happen. And I was able to do that. And it just blew me away. And it wasn't because I wanted anybody to thank and praise me, but I met my brother. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not even from just another mother. I met my brother. And we had something in common. We had dedication to each other in that conversation, even if I never seen him again. What I had there with him, better than me. People run. I want to meet the president. I want to meet Beyonce. All that. Better than that. Better than that. Just like I was in Sister Lynn's live, I like to call her Miss 50. I just be messing around with it. But over 50 and fantabulous. The stuff that she was talking about, I've been talking the last couple of days in my life. We're talking about deception. We're talking about kids, brothers and sisters, and people growing up. And I was just talking to Pierce Palm and Miss Felicia about this. When I was coming up and then bringing up any kids, you don't run around the house wearing see-through nightgowns. Once boys and girls get big, you have to stop taking baths together. I have been in situations where you had babysitters that was about 14 and they babysitting you 5 or 6 and they having sexual relationships with you. I've been there. I've been a victim of the stuff. I understand when she was talking about that. I've been through that. I've seen siblings do fresh stuff to each other because they wasn't raised, nobody to train them. Devil right there just to try to keep you to do something negative. I learned that experience, and I know what that's like. We're not allowed to run around the house with see-through nightgowns if you know you got a brother and stuff in the house. There's certain things like even with the brothers, you wrestle and stuff, but you got to handle the daughter differently now. You got to handle your sister differently now. She's developed little mosquito bites. She got that time of the month. Things have changed. You got to watch out when your kids is hanging out and know what they're doing in the house. Not even just strange people, kids. You got to know what they're doing in the house with each other. Siblings and humped on each other and done things. And we try to ignore, oh, that's their brother. They ain't gonna do nothing. But see, you don't know what that demonic spirit, where it's at lurking and waiting to jump on and do something. I lived this and I'm not even running it just to be talking. I'm serious. I've been through this. I remember I had two boys when we were coming up. There was one the two boys that used to come were brothers, and then they had a cousin that would come up in the summertime. My brother was something with the girl, and both boys was on me. And we were little kids, 5, 6. Where was our mother and fathers at? And I'm not even going to judge nobody or try to placate or put anybody down. Where were they? We didn't know what was going on. Those kids had probably been molested or something, so they were training us into something. We didn't know. We just was there doing whatever they said they was doing. We know we was playing house and we was using leaves, talking about the leaves with salad and collard greens and playing, using mud like we was making cakes and stuff. I didn't know. I didn't know. I've been in a babysitting situation. There's females that's babysit little girls and done something to the girls and done something to the boys. You don't know that. You when you're not trained and you don't got God in your life and nobody's guiding you, you make these mistakes. And see, with me and my family, that's why I learned from that kind of stuff to make it better for my family. And then some people have to fall on their own sword. But I know about that when them kids, and you got to watch too when people in the family, if they're telling you something. We used to have a weird family member and always kind of a little too touchy and feely. And you say something about it in them days, oh hush, ain't nobody tried to do nothing to you. And that's how a lot of times stuff happened to kids. But I know I never liked it that. And then I had a few other female family members, they said the same thing, a little creepy. He didn't get, but it looked like he was trying a little something, something. And I wasn't feeling. I remember one night I spent the night at their house and I seen something inappropriate with him and his daughter. And I left in the middle of the night. I don't even know how old I was, and I made it all the way back home in a nightgown, no shoes, nothing. Hey, Mimi, how you doing? I am so glad you could stop by. I hope everything go good with the dentist. I just had a dentist appointment here a couple months ago, and thank goodness I had no cavities and none of that. I just had my second colonoscopy ever, and thank God that went good. Mammogram, Lord has been putting me through, but what happens when it don't go good? Huh? What happened if it don't go good? You know how many people that done went to the dentist and had to lose all their teeth because they found out they got cancer? Do we stop serving the God because we didn't get what we want, or do we push through this thing and make it happen? That's the whole thing. Because I just went and just got the car inspected. I didn't have no unexpected repairs or anything. But what if I did? How what would I do? How would I think? Because I didn't get what I want. See, that's the whole thing. It's not about that. It's something, even when we have kids, we say, God, behold something greater than you. Do anybody know what that means? You behold something greater than you. First of all, is God, number one. But kids, you understand what I'm saying? Kids will show you something. And I always say that it's hard when you're in relationships to judge anybody's business, married, single, couple that just got kids together. When is it time to go? When is it time to stay? When is it time to leave? It's time to leave when it's impossible to stay. But sometimes you got to stay because you try to stay for the kids. But a lot of times, kids rather be from a broken home than to live in one. And I know that it's hard and things like that are better said than done. And you try your best, especially when you're a good parent, whether you're a man or a woman, you try your best to stay to wield it for the kids. But sometimes you don't realize, because when I got up a certain age, and I mean up, I had to tell my mother a few things. I'm so sorry, y'all. You understand where I'm coming from? Thank you, Marquis. I had to tell my mother some stuff that she thought I didn't know. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know what was happening that she thought was done in secret, changed my life forever, and started me on a path? And sometimes, we are a product of our environment, and we do things because we learned that and we think it was okay. And I'm going to tell you, when I told her that, she got mad at me because she thought she kept it a secret. All of the fighting and the fussing and the swearing and the abuse and stuff, thought I didn't know. And I'm not going to disrespect her. I don't mean it like that. I'm just speaking the truth. I called out, and I didn't call out, but I'm saying I spoke on some things that, how did you remember that? I thought y'all was asleep. See, that's what I'm saying. Kids rather be from a broken home than to live in one, because you don't never know what damages you're doing to them no matter what. Because a lot of folks got to stay together for the rent. A lot of folks don't want to separate because the next child support going to make it where I can't even get out and live and have a place of my own. So you don't tell anybody what to do, but you let them know that there's hope. And God, we always know that God always, they say, God ain't gonna put no more on you than you can bear. And anything that you go through, good or bad, is not wasted. You understand what I'm saying? I don't watch stuff in families, people getting their arm broke straight up right there, like you at a wrestling match somewhere. You know they don't break arms, but people do get injured. I don't watch somebody get their teeth knocked out. You understand? I've been through it. And I'm talking about long years and hard years, brainwashed out of your mind to where when you left the house, you're a product of your environment and you out here acting a fool. We cut up out here, not knowing, full of hurt and rage and emulating something that you've seen somebody negative done to you or doing in your family. I've had plenty of stuff where I watch and I thought that's how you're supposed to do it. And then when I went to friend's house, I'm like, well, if the mother didn't get in there quick enough, dad yelled, bring me a glass of water, babe. And if the mother didn't get up and do it, and this mother did, this particular friend's house I was at, the mother took about 15 or 20 minutes before she brought him water, and she brought it and gave him a kiss and came back in the, and it was fine. But where I've been at, you didn't bring that water, you got choke slammed, punched in the face. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or better yet, didn't you hear me tell your mama? Now I'm gonna get you and her. And you looking like, well, what the heck? Who? You understand? And then you don't know because you are a child. It's like peeling back layers like an onion because you got you people don't realize that you got some of everything in you. It's not just when you come together as a couple and y'all have a baby. It's not just your genes and his genes. It's that uncle, that aunt, ancestors. You don't know what you're going to put together and form and make. And a lot of times too with kids, when you meet kids or like with the teachers in school, now I'm gonna keep it real, there's been some teachers that have issues, but a lot of times you send your kids to school, they're a product of their environment, and then you wonder why the teachers is writing notes and telling you to come in for a teacher and parents conference because the way your child is behaving in school, on the bus, is because when the kids go to school, you could just say, Mike, he's 5 years old. Once he enters school, he start cutting the food. He's showing his traits from his alcoholic father because that's what he's watching. And then the mother that's a nice, good woman, but she's not doing anything to protect him or herself from the beatings. So you're dealing with that in that student because that's what they're bringing to school. And a lot of people don't understand that we are in a big mess here when it comes to the life and trying to do right, especially if you're not raised up with no kind of morals and values or self worth. And all of that comes with knowing God. And see, I've been through a lot of stuff like that where I didn't know. And then I'm from, a lot of folks where, people believe one is more favoritism to the other and who this color, who that. And I'm from a mixed family. And it's hard when you come from a mixed race family because you got people that are doing different things. Like you go to this house, this family Spanish. You go to that house, this family Jamaican. They all have different holidays. They celebrate differently. They want you to say please and thank you. This one they cussing over here. And then you be just caught up in there. Who is this dragonfly? Hello, ma'am. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate having you, and I thank you so much for your time. We just sitting here chatting it up and trying to keep it real because I'm gonna tell you that's the only thing I can do. I try not to have to sugarcoat nothing. I try not to throw a rock and hide my hand. And just like Miss Lynn's live, I was in this wonderful live, and I'm not trying to take her words or run it, but I was talking about the same stuff recently, like 2 or 3 days ago. And in her live, we're looking at how we all praising all these famous people. Well, what are you praising them for? Is it because okay, their talent, but you're not praising God though, right? You want to meet Beyonce, but you don't want to know the Father. How does that make sense? You think Beyonce got her talent from who? The Father, God. So you're praising her, but you're not praising Him. That's the whole thing that I keep saying. People are not paying attention. Now, look what we got going on here. And I'm going to tell you something. When I speak like this, y'all, it's not about gossiping. It's about us comprehending false gods, understanding, helping each other prosper so we know what's good and what's not. You got all this going around with P. Diddy, but did you see how he was talking when it was R. Kelly? And y'all, hey, oh, yeah, I love him. Look at his music. Oh, man, he's gorgeous. Oh, they rich. Did you see that Benz they got, their mansion? Okay, but what you see, he's the pedophile. But y'all knew this. But y'all was looking at the money, the fame, the come up. Just like with these channels here, everybody pick where they want to be at. But a lot of people chase behind folks that got bigger channels because, oh, they can do something for me. But your channel is just as small as mine, so I can't come by there because I need to be where the come up is. No, God is the come up. God never fails you. So if you're looking for something, sometimes you got to look in the mirror. Sometimes you're in your own way. Sometimes you want to say, oh, well, he did this because of her. That's why that happened. No, you're in your own way because you have to face yourself at the end of the day. No matter who you lied and fooled. And I keep telling people, I can go in the store right now any store and steal something and get out of there with it and say, "Oh gosh, I got over. I was able to steal that watch." How did you get over when God already knew what you were going to do before you did it, and He's the one that knows, you and Him know. How did you get over? Because you're worried about people and what people did or didn't do, and sometimes people can't pay you that don't owe you. You said Beyonce got her talent from God, yes, and turned around and gave it to the devil. Listen, and you know, come on, and Sister Lynn touched on this. You already know. Do you see them when they talk about all that Illuminati? All of that stuff right there, wearing ram horns one minute, then sunshine the next minute. She's trying to play both parts. You understand what she's doing, and it's working. It's working to get that beehive on attack, and they didn't even notice really what's going on, showing demonic presence one minute and then sunshine the next minute because you're pregnant now. Man, y'all folks better wake up and know God for yourself. Mama can't get saved for you. Auntie can't get saved for you. And I keep telling people you can be Siamese twins joined at the head and you both have your own soul. People not paying attention to that. All that stuff that these people be doing, and just like our man that we have in office, I was talking about that. They know that man ain't well. He wasn't well before he went in, and they still let him pass. Why? Because he's got experience in this area. He's wealthy. He was a candidate. So allegedly he was fine. These folks know, and anytime you got a situation where your mama don't care, your aunt don't care, your sister, your wife, your kids, and just keep having you out there knowing that you are not well, you know that this wasn't right from the get-go. Even when you first came in, it wasn't right, and everybody knew it, and they ignored. People need to be under medical supervision, and they need to be somewhere where they're getting some care and in retirement right now. Sometimes it just ain't working. Answer to God, what she, yes, ma'am, yes, that is true, Pierce Palms, about the talent. All of them though, because if you look at it, these people, see, they get allowed to behave the way they do, these rich people, because you worship them more than you do God. So you got them thinking they God and they can do anything they want. You understand? So they getting the money from you, because how can anybody be famous? And I keep telling people we all need somebody. Well, what am I talking about? Well, I'm talking about this: live before you die. Live before you die. You understand? Because when I say that, I mean that we have to pass this if we want to get there. And that's what people don't understand. You have to live. Live what? Live right. Serve God. Live before you die. And people are not paying attention to none of that. Everybody think this is a quick fast. Okay, well, what's going on now? Praise the Lord Jesus Christ. Yeah, you saying that now because you got 6 months to live, and you hope that if you get involved with God, that He'll grant you more time. Now, if you're sincere, He might. He might. But at the same time, are you just asking because you want something, and then when you get what you want, you forget about Him? Or are you in it the pure of your heart? I know so many people that was diagnosed to die, and they were already serving God, and they still passed away. It's what's meant to happen. Life don't come with guarantees as what you make it, but you do not get anywhere by stepping on someone else, because see, you go to step on somebody else and think you stepping on them so you can climb up. That's all they got to do is reach and pull you back down because you're fake. You're in the gutter. You're worshiping the false gods. This is what people are not paying attention to. This is a problem out here. Everybody think all these people, look at all this freaky stuff coming out. And now they're going to pull the pastor into it. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not gossiping or judging nobody. I'm going to keep it 100%. I know for a fact that a lot of this stuff is going on. And I remember way back, I'm going to go back to a New Edition. When I was coming up, there was this girl that lived in apartment complex. And we used to go hang out with her. She had pictures of her with Ralph and all of them, and we had a little bit of talent back then. This is coming back way back. Michael Jackson and them, all of them was like famous and stuff. And we had a chance because we had a little bit of talent. But if you seen what's going on behind closed doors, you wouldn't be interested. I know I wouldn't, because I already had been through enough mess myself. And by the time I met this girl, I was older and knew what was going on there that was inappropriate. So I backed it on up. But we could have used that as a climb up. What is she saying here, Dragonfly? People want to follow the movie stars. Yes, yes, yes. And don't look at what the people are. They are sold. And yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, Dragon. Yo, honey, you were saying it. And this is what I keep saying. Why is everybody so worried about material things? You ever think sometimes that you know that there's something you want, need, you understand? And then we got greed. Why do we always feel that we always got to ask God for something? Now, a lot of people, we know Ask and you shall receive. But God ain't always give you everything you want, though. So what do you do then? You're always seeking Him for His hands and not His face. Why don't you ever say, it's just like with me, it done got where I'm getting there, but y'all ain't gonna lie, I cuss in a minute, make a mistake, and I'm not bragging. Because just because God is forgiven don't mean I can keep sinning. But I fight with this stuff. I was brought up, it's in me. I'm trying to work it out. It's been in me so long that it may take me the rest of my life to get it out, but I am trying. I repent. I am grateful. I am loyal. I'm trying. It happens, but this is not deliberate because see, you can fake the funk, as they say, with people, but God knows if your heart is pure, no matter how many times you fool somebody else. God knows if you're ready and you're real. If not, you just play yourself because the people where they're gonna be at. I always tell people that when you see a hearse, you don't see a U-Haul behind it. Who got buried with a house? Who got buried with gold in the living room set? I mean, you might have picked the outfit and got makeup put on and your favorite necklace and bracelet. That's not what I'm talking about. All of the stuff you see out here cannot go with you. Yes, Taylor Swift sold out too. Yes, she did, Dragonfly. Yes, Marcus, you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Marquise. You know what I mean. We always call him Marcus too for short. My friend's son. I keep calling you Marcus. I apologize for that. But yeah, if you look at like a lot of condemned houses, you look at the junkyard, that's somebody's hopes and dreams and life and their hard labor gone down. You know why? Because God will give you beauty for your ashes. These things are only temporary. Do you want to live just to be living, or do you want to live for eternity? A lot of times we all get twisted out here in life and messed up, but guess what? A lot of times we are not buried, we're just planted. And we get all bent out of shape and think that we can't get this straightened out, and then we give up hope. And who's waiting to jump in and make sure they put that demonic spirit on you to drain you, bring you right back down? What did she say here in Dragonfly? We were born with the innocence. Yes, material things are in between. Yes, ma'am. Just hurts a lot. Amen. Amen. Even going to talk the body into. Yes, Marquise. Yes, yes. That's what I keep saying. But and then all of this stuff too. Now I'm gonna say this too, and no disrespect. There's nothing wrong when you want to get something fixed because you're having some medical problems with it or you're uncomfortable. It's okay if you want to fix something about your body and your face. A lot of people get stuff done for medical procedures, but a lot of people, they getting this Jack in the Box BBL, this double D. And what does it do for your soul? I just want to know that. That's right. You don't need all that stuff, Dragonfly. I keep trying to tell people less is more, less is more. You understand what I mean? Sometimes it's not about the getting, it's to be happy with what you got. See, when I was coming up, we chilled. And I'm not saying we didn't play games, but when I was coming up, it's way back to handheld Pac-Man games, Sega, Atari, all of those games. But guess what? We didn't stay playing games all the time. We got out. We used to play double dutch, basketball, kick soccer, hopscotch. We were out there doing stuff, and that's when you didn't have much, and sometimes it'd be only one on the block. Yes, ma'am. Yes, Dragonfly. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Back in the days, I remember Electric Company, Zoom. I grew up on that. We used to watch this cartoon. It was the Wonder Twins. Deactivate, form of the form of a plane. And we used to do that, me and my family members or friends, and hit our hands together because those was the things we watched. We used to zoom, zoom, zoom. That was good. Bill Nye, the Science Guy, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, Snuffleupagus, Sesame Street, Big Bird, all of them days, them things back in the day. But we wasn't allowed to sit there 4 and 5 hours on the Atari when we finally did get a game. Sometimes we wanted to play basketball or kick soccer. One person had a basketball and the other one had a ball to play kick soccer. But if neither one of them was home, what did we do? We kicked rocks with open toe shoes and still had fun. You get what I'm saying? Back in the days. But a lot of times now you can't do this no more. Just like I'll just say, like with me, I feel like if a neighbor is sick, you go down there and see if you can do some laundry for them, take their trash out, cut their grass, whatever they may need you to do. Or if they're in the hospital, you watch out for their house, you collect their mail for them, those kind of things. These days, that you tell somebody that, I'm going in the hospital, they wait for you to go in the hospital to break in your house. This is something different here. This is they're letting the devil have too much power. And people don't have the values that they used to have back in the days. I just seen somebody here that was on the internet, and I'm not judging them. I'm just saying these are the things that get you in trouble in the secular world. They had just had a baby. Now you know how you have baby showers, and normally the baby showers and stuff that happens when you get a certain amount of months pregnant, and you have a baby shower, and people come and bring gifts and stuff. But this was called the sip and see. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, dragonfly. You know what I'm talking about? Dragonflies. Yes. These people had something called a sip and see. Now I'm going to be real with this as men and women, all of us as adults here. First of all, how many people would you be having around a newborn baby when you just had a baby? They had a big old swim party. Okay. People was drunk, high, smoking weed. Now you got this newborn baby that you're introducing to the world. Okay. They smoking weed, all around here, drinking, doing all that they want in front of this baby. And then they got the woman that just had the baby. How are you wearing a thong? Do you know how your body is cleansing down there? I don't care if you had a C-section. You still have to cleanse below. How are you wearing a thong? How are you even drinking? Aren't you on some type of pain medication? Didn't you have an IV when you were in labor? Even if you do a natural birth at home, your body, without any of those things, your body is cleansing itself out. They're just taking this thing and running this in the ground. This is it's terrible. I never I know when coming home from the hospital, the woman rides in the back seat with the baby. When you get home, it may be just the mother and father of the baby and the in-law and the aunt or two, and that's it. That's it. These folks now they done turned this thing into something that's all about material things. And I remember this one girl doing she was jotting her pregnancy on YouTube, and she ended up, with the diabetes that you get when you're pregnant. She said no self-respect, no respect for the child. Yes, she was, jotting down everything that was happening. The only thing everybody's worried about, oh girl, look at you. Your boobs done got big, your behind is big. Girl, your hair growing. They didn't care nothing about her being diabetic. That could have ended the whole pregnancy, her life and the baby's. But they were worried about the material and what she looked like and how big her chest was and da 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 and hope those stay like that after the milk comes out. That's all y'all worried about? What about the girl's life? Yes, the world is. See, this is the whole thing. God is here to make sure it don't go that way, but we have to make the choice to follow Him and not get caught up in this mess. And I'm not gonna lie. Anytime we make a mistake, because I always say, "How do you hear from God?" Well, one way is when you make mistakes. How do you live and be a decent person is to do something for somebody else and get yourself off your mind. Well, what do I mean? Well, you know what? I got a couple of extra dollars. I was going to leave the job here and go and get me something to eat right quick from Chick-fil-A. But what I decided to do was bring a sandwich from home, use that couple of dollars and go feed two homeless people. That's what I'm talking about. Why would I do that? Because that's your brother and sister and they're at need right now. Do you want to go to heaven? Well, what are you doing to get there? You say, "Oh, I'm a good mother. I'm a good coworker. I love my kids. I love my husband. I love my wife." But what are you doing for somebody that you don't know and that can't do nothing for you? See, that's the problem with everybody. They want to come up. People are not doing stuff for people that they can't get nothing from. You know what I mean? And then with these celebrities, how can you figure that these people are over God? And just because they have money, that they're more richer in spirit than you. That's the whole thing is people don't realize you got to crawl before you walk. And if you ain't been nowhere, try to get somewhere. You understand what I'm saying? It's okay. Sometimes just take the day, relax, breathe, chill out. If you can, don't turn the TV on if you don't have to. I know with me and my family, we have went off the grid and parked the car and took two buses to get to the mall where we only needed to really took 20 minutes because I wanted to. I wanted to crawl before I walked. I wanted to be able to accomplish things. But what do you do? I remember we had a tornado. People were running around. So you know the tornado, and it was only a couple of blocks over from us. People running around here. And what I'm doing, you're going to ask the neighbor, do they have, what did she say? They have to answer to the Lord for that. Yes, they do. Yes, ma'am. Yes, they do, Dragonfly. Yes, ma'am. And I tell you, you running the check. Well, you guys got y'all some water. Do y'all got a safe spot to go to? Or y'all gonna be able to house your basement? You got a bathtub? Just asking a few people things. And these folks are let me pack up my jewelry. I got to put my Jordans up. What? Aren't you diabetic? Ain't your husband on heart medication? Do you got them pills in the plastic bag tucked away? What are you bringing with you if you die? What are you talking about? And they looked at me like, well, what are you talking about? Like I'm saying something wrong. Do you got yourself together? Do you got your ID put up? Your birth certificate in case you end up somewhere, destitute and can identify who you are? No, my gold, honey. Let me make sure I bring my bonnets because my hair, honey, my nails. What? Where are you going that you're gonna need all that? And when you talk like that, people are looking at you like you're crazy. And this is the time that you start praying. I'm gonna tell you, I get up around this house here, and I be talking to myself, but it be me talking to God. Thank you, Lord, that I can hear. Thank you, Lord, that I can see. Thank you, Lord, that I don't get deceived today. Thank you, Lord, that I can behave myself, humble myself, do what you tell me to do. I don't care what kids, husband, and all I'm saying. I'm talking about you, Lord. You come before a newborn baby. This is not it. People are not doing that. People are worried about material things. And sometimes people have, well, not sometimes, a lot of times, people have so much that if they give away something, a lot of other people wouldn't be struggling. That's why God gives us free will. You see, that's what people don't understand. Out of all these wealthy people, you can be a trillionaire where you don't have to cook nothing for yourself. You don't have to drive. But guess what? You need somebody. We all need somebody. I don't care, Beyonce, whoever you are, you need a nanny. You need a maid service. You need somebody to mop your floor. Y'all need somebody to drive you around in a limousine. You need somebody. Just like with all these stars, all this mess is coming out about their business. You got these different kind of drivers and stuff that's telling the truth. But what it is too, I honestly think it's like a domino effect. A lot of people have been afraid, and now that it's coming out, they're saying their story because they've been afraid. But at the same time, how many lives, or should I say, souls that you could have saved if you would have said something before all of this got out of hand? They got all of this stuff going around with these people sending their kids, and that's another thing too. Even with Aaliyah, how are y'all allowed to go somewhere with P Diddy and whoever else, R. Kelly and all them, and you all 13, 14 underage? How's your mother let you go? And I'm not judging them. I'm just saying, let's look into the reality of this, because a lot of times some of these folks really don't know. But I feel that a lot of them was chasing that coin. I don't care what nobody say. A lot of them was chasing that coin. All these different stories about, Marcus Hudson and this other guy that's supposed to look allegedly, because we got to say allegedly done this. It is what happened. How are you going to say that you got legal custody of Marcus Hudson, and y'all only got a one bedroom in the house? If you got legal custody of him, why do y'all have one bedroom in the house? You showed the elaborate place that y'all was staying, one bedroom, and you got custody of a minor. And you see that B2K, that group, how they got all turned upside down because there was things going on. Everybody ignored it because they wanted the money. All the stuff with P. Diddy, they wanted the money. All the stuff with Aaliyah, they wanted the money. The parents, a lot of the parents, just like with Michael Jackson, I don't know what that is that happened with him, but I know that there was a real big case and other cases about him. The mother said that she was in the house because Michael Jackson invited them to spend the night. Look, allegedly, allegedly. Oh boy. And when they spent the night, he had the kids sleep in the room, but that one mother, she was there and she slept in another quarter somewhere in the room, house. Well, how just because you this Michael Jackson, how are you letting your child sleep in a grown man's bedroom? I don't care who he is. What are you saying? What? And you think that they're not working some demonic spirits and financial stuff over you to let you allow them to have their kids, so that if something happened, there ain't nobody gonna say nothing? Why would you even trust that just because they're famous? All of these people, this Jaguar lady talking about stuff, all these people are telling stuff that's true. These people are forced into different things. Yes, it's a shame. Yes, it is, Marquise. It's a shame. And the thing is, a lot of the parents, I'm going to be honest, I know a lot of parents don't know no better, but there's a lot of them that do and didn't care because they pimping their child because they want the money. They want the money. And that's what happened to a lot of these childhood stars. You ever notice a lot of them don't have a lot of good stories to tell about certain parts other than if they made it now and they got some money? But what about your relationship with God? What about your self-worth? What about a venereal, something that you caught from being molested as a child, that you got to carry this disease the rest of your life? You understand what I'm saying? Nobody is saying anything about that. And then a lot of the parents, and just like I didn't understand because they got, like, allegedly Usher's mother speaking about he was courting, P. Diddy was doing this to Usher when he was younger. Well, why did you continue to let him do it? You take care and have a good rest. God bless you, Pierce Palm. I appreciate you coming. Give the little one a hug for me and take care. But I'm just looking at it. Why did you? Okay, you called him out. Well, if you're going to be training my son and working with him, you can't touch him no more. So I'm going to give you a second chance, and you just let it go further to where this man has been intimate with your son. Okay, Pierce Palm. Thank you. What happened? So you figured that you spoke to him about it because your son said this guy was trying to do something to him, and you figured because you talked to him, now it's going to be fine because we need to get this money. We need to get this money. You understand what I mean? So now it's fine, and he continued to work with him, and then it ended up becoming a whole sexual relationship. How did you allow that to happen though? Allegedly, because you believe that. Why wasn't he prosecuted? Why wasn't he taken to court? Your child is a minor. There's different type of residue that's left on a person's body when someone has touched them. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that, oh, I got your son with me. We on the tour bus, and the reason why my saliva was in his mouth is because he drunk a soda after me. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about internally. If you would have took this person to court, then you may have been able to stop that from happening to someone else down the line. But you want the money though. That's what the whole thing is. The propaganda out here. A lot of these people here too. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. And if you ever notice too, a lot of these people can't secure a relationship, and then whatever relationship they're in, they only want to show you the good parts. Just like with a lot of these people, that these big time YouTubers, they'll show you them having a party, and they got the champagne and the filet mignon, the lobster, all that. We having the seafood fest, and we rich, and we got it going on, and they're partying and drinking, and kids coming in and out while you about drunk. What if somebody get drowned in the tub? You saying showing all that, but you didn't show when the social service or the state knocked at your door because a famous or somebody else rich lived next to you and complain about the parties you keep having, supervised children. See, they're not going to show that. They're only going to show the lavish. And a lot of this stuff here is clickbait, and a lot of it is lies too with these YouTube folks. And a lot of times here with this YouTube thing, folks are just subscribed to you because first of all they didn't understand the monetary gain of it. I just learned about it myself too because dealt with this thing back way back 2017, where I was open and sharing my life and my family and everything until I came with the problems that I have now, which is no fault of my own. I'm keeping it real. Something with a job, which it was my duty, what I had to do. Sometimes we got to remove folks from homes, whether it be kids, elderly. I had to do my job, right? Hey, I'm gonna keep it real. And then personal life, folks that don't know how to move on, and people stalking and caring, messy, very messy. Do you understand? But no fault of my own yet to let property go, to start renting again, all this other stuff. I'm gonna tell you, keep it real. Was a landlord, had it going on, back to renting again, had to leave that job to do something else, and I'm still standing. So I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's the truth. But a lot of these folks that's on here, they're just selling you a dream, and you're looking at what somebody else got and kissing up behind these people. And then, we got a lot of channels here that are nice channels, but a lot of people think they're, controlling other people's lives. And I got a lot of lives that I go into, and I'm not judging anybody, but I'm not trying to be sister, super Christian and all that. I'm keeping it real as I go. I understand that, when I eat, I like to pray over my food. I get up praying God, but I talk, I talk some slang, just like a lot of people have gotten mad when I said on this is my hangout spot. I don't even call it a channel, but I said, one day I said, yeah, I've been hearing some youngins around here play some music, and then Drake got a new song out. It's been a while now since it's been out. And he said that I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Oh, you're listening to dirty music. It's unclean. It's unsecular. That's not what I said, first of all. And if I did, and I'm messing up because I call myself a Christian, why don't you help me instead of trying to condemn me? But I just said that was something in the song, but I wanted to say and use it on YouTube to say that I am here for a long time and to have fun. You get what I mean? But you get with the wrong people, they twist this up because they're more saved than you. God loves them more. You're not practicing being a Christian the right way because you didn't say thoueth and throweth because you used the word, smoney that you slipped and said a swear. Oh, you're going to hell. You put the devil in your life. You put a foothold there for the devil to step into. Man, you know what? You're not God. And nobody's trying to be super Christian to where you can't even talk, you can't even breathe, you can't even make mistakes. Well, how do you feel? What did God say to Adam and Eve when they were in the garden? What did he say to them? How do you think he feel when they didn't do what he said? How do you think he feel? What about Solomon and Gomorrah? What about Noah's Ark? How do you think he felt when he thought all these people were supposed to do what he say and they went against him? God got offended and upset, and he had to destroy what and why. This is the stuff that I keep saying. What's she saying here? Oh, hello, Tina. How are you? Crafts by Three Rows. Hello, I gave you a thumbs up. You're thank you so much, and God bless you as well, ma'am. I just been by to check you too, but you know what I'm talking about too, there, Marquise. Thank you so much, Tina. I'll come through to see you again too. And I check Brother Marquise here, but he don't have a channel yet. So I just, peep once in a while, see if he's gonna start. Because I know when you come through, especially, and man, listen, I can't wait if you ever decide to. No pressure there, but real talk. But yeah, and I keep saying over and over again, what are we doing here? You can't even breathe. I don't know what these people, and how can you just make a church just like this? Like with me, I'm gonna keep it real. I just, like, if anything, the lady said to me one day in the Dollar Tree, she said, "Well, what denomination are you?" I said, "I just consider myself as a Christian. I don't care if you Pentecostal. I don't care if you Jehovah Witness. There's only one God." And if we all say that's our father, that makes us all brothers and sisters, no matter what our race is, what our nationality is, we purple, blue, green, it doesn't matter. But folks want to have a denomination so bad so that they can title you and tell you that our religion is more Christian than yours. But how can you say that? Can you tell God that? What you think can happen if you tell God that? That's not what it is, though. You can't make stuff be what you want it to be. You have to talk with respect and principle and use the things that you know that is definitely true. And it don't matter how you want to serve it, what you want to call it, that you know that you know. Sometimes you can't go to church to get saved. You have to understand this stuff before you go so that you can go and not be fooled and deceived. Because there's a lot of false prophets. The devil going to use people to hurt you, even your own kids, your husband, your wife. It's just what it is. You know what I'm talking about, Brother Marquise. You know what I'm talking about. People are not paying attention to that because they're trying to be God. The pastor ain't God. He's just a vessel. And if he's a messed up vessel, then God ain't speaking to him. He doing it. And y'all running behind it. You know where you at. And if you don't know, you better ask somebody. Even with me saying Christian, I done listened to Malcolm X, Farrakhan, and a lot of stuff. Jehovah Witness. I listen to all the people that say in these different categories when it only should be one. But what I learned is to take what I know God said from each one of them so that I know that I'm doing right. You got to know the difference between the Old Testament, the New Testament. You understand what I'm saying? You got to understand that if you didn't get enough to eat today, God can fill you. There's food for the soul. You understand what I mean? People worry about the wrong stuff. Who's casting the first stone? This lady said, she was saying to her husband every day, she was looking in the neighbor's yard. She said, "Oh, Sally needs to get herself together because every time she hang her clothes out on the line, her clothes are always dirty." She said that every day to her husband. Every day she would say that to her husband. And one day she said, "Oh my gosh, honey, look at Sally. Her laundry's looking sparkling, is nice and clean. And this was colored clothes you use bleach." She said, "Oh, she got the clothes together finally." And the husband said, "Honey, I cleaned our windows this morning." What you think he meant by that? You see what I mean? But she's judging somebody else. What was dirty? Oh, okay. You see what I'm saying? Because you're worried about somebody else's business. And a lot of times when we are worried about somebody else's business, our life is a mess. And you look at somebody and you say, "Oh gosh, they got this, they got that." Yeah, the grass may look greener on the other side, but it still has to be mowed. You do not live. One thing about it, regret. Oh my gosh. Regret will eat you up like a cancer. Do you understand? A cancer. You have to fix what you can fix because our past is not our destination. I keep saying that people don't understand. You can learn from the past, but you don't go backwards. You can't go back and fix something. Time is something you can't change. Stop. And sometimes we don't put off tomorrow what we can do today. And sometimes if it's too much for you, chill out, fall back. You see, when I talk like this, oh, that's not you talking about God and you using all that street lang. That ain't got nothing to do with that. That ain't that you're not you coming from another place. I got this other pastor that is amazing. I hear his word, but he's got some old beliefs and I'm rolling differently. You see where I'm coming from, Marquise, you know what I'm talking about. He coming from a different testament. And see, this is what I say. That's his business. He's staying his lane. He's got his fellowships of people that believe and they want that. But I couldn't be there because I'm not about that. Like they're trying to be super Christian or I'm more saved and I'm more Christian than you because I never wear pants and I'm a woman. Women don't wear pants. Women can't preach. Women can't wear lipstick. They can't wear no pants, no jeans. Guys can't wear jeans. They can't wear sneakers. They got to always have on dress pants and dress shoes. What are you talking about? Do you think that all that matters? Now, if I'm here and I killed somebody, and a lot of people have done that, and still look what God did with Moses. Moses talked to God talked to Moses through a burning bush. Moses murdered somebody. Everybody keep on talking about the 12 disciples, okay? And what did Jesus do? He said, "I'm gonna wash your feet." To one of his disciples, somebody that served him. "I'm gonna wash your feet." And he said, "No, I couldn't have you do that. I couldn't have you do that." He said, "Well, if I can't wash your feet, you cannot be part of me." Meaning I can come to your level. Why was Jesus born in the manger? We're animals and stuff. Why? Lord of Lord, King of King. Why would he be born in the manger? Because he can meet you where you're at. It doesn't matter how wealthy you are. Obviously, God wants us to have the best of everything, but it's not just about that. It's humble yourself, and sometimes you have to humble yourself with great humility. I'm gonna tell you, y'all, I get that. And you know how they always say that ugly cry, and you know how we can say we humble, but some people need to be humiliated to wake up. Sometimes I get to cry, and I cry just like how you know how we remember the kids cry. You know them cries like that. I have to break it down. I know he working things out for me. I have to break it down like that when I go all the way down like that, and then not being too proud of anything. You do what you got to do. Yes, you have to. Yes, 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 Brother Marquise. Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Bring it down. Bring it down. Keep it real. You know, you say one thing, and people want to cast you out. Everything you do. I had this one woman, I was watching her video and she said she had a problem with this person and she wanted to, speak with them. No, don't say nothing because if you give the devil a foothold, you're messing up your life. You're going to blow it with God. You're going to hell. How? What are y'all talking about? Because some people get kind of brainwashed and the pastor said, these folks was telling me too, we can't buy a house unless the pastor say so because it won't be anointed. Well, how come the pastor got three or four houses and he telling you not to buy one? So that means that these people are being deceived and they don't know who God is then. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's not how it goes. That's not how it goes. What are you saying? But why do he got, all these different houses? See, so what are you learning here? What are you seeing here? Just like I had somebody that got involved with this man. He said, he started courting her immediately and told her to start coming to his church. And she started going and she got baptized. She brought family to get baptized. And when she got there, started attending the services. Don't you see that woman right there? Everybody knows in the church, that's the first lady, that's his wife. And then that other woman that you see keep pressing up on him and whispering around in the hallway, that's the next woman. And now you the third. And who knows or whoever else. And all these people are going to bed without anything on for protection. So now you in this lineup. And she got pregnant by the man, got involved deeply in that, and got messed up so bad that she couldn't even see straight. You understand? And the only reason why she got out of it is because he picked somebody else and decided to stop messing with her. But she never paid attention to that. Wasn't right. I keep trying to tell people, they got this saying out here, to get over one is to get under another. Well, first of all, if you was just in a relationship with somebody for the last 2 months and y'all having an intimate relationship with no protection on, y'all exchanging body fluids. So if you jump and go get in the bed with another person, you're not even cleansed from the first person that you was with, first of all. What does a relationship consist of? Intimacy does not mean just a sexual relationship between people. Intimacy means to see into me. To see into me is not about knocking that headboard up against the wall. It's about my spiritual side of me. You understand what I'm saying? A lot of people don't understand that. It's not about, oh, I can put it down. Yeah, I bet you can. Oh, I go up under that two-legged table and shut it down. And that's what people are strung out on. That's why relationships and marriages and stuff don't last because of the fact that you're in it for the wrong reasons. You already knew when you got with this person, you didn't know them well enough to even start, doing anything with your mouth upstairs or downstairs. First of all, you don't even know this person. Have you thought about trying to tap into the spiritual stuff before you got involved? Find out if this person want to have kids or not. And then what if you get in a relationship and it's at that time of the month for a woman, or she just had a baby, or the man got an injury and he's not ever able to form in the sack? What you gonna do? Go see another woman until that week is up for your wife or girlfriend? What you gonna do? Go see another man because your man is in the wheelchair right now, or he got some issues going on, he can't perform? That's what your relationship is all about. That's why you need to connect in a spiritual way, because what you're trying to do, this ain't gonna work. Ain't nobody in it to play them kind of games like that. You're running out because you can't get what? And I had one woman that because I used to do this thing where people could talk to me on this line I used to run, and she said that when it's that time of the month, that no matter how bad and how much pain that she's in, she has to be able to perform her services as a woman. So if the front door is closed, she got to go to the back door. And then she got to, open up the door that she eat with because this man will leave and be with somebody else. Come on now. Come on now. Or my husband got an injury and he wasn't able to, bring it, and I just couldn't resist. And this guy at work, I always thought he was cute. So anytime, I wanted to come check him. Well, I did because my husband wasn't able to perform. The medications that he's on is causing him some problems. So that's what the marriage is all about. It's the only part. Of course, God wants us to be fruitful, to multiply, to enjoy an intimate relationship. But intimacy is not just a physical act. Intimacy means to see into me. That don't mean about what I can do in the bedroom. That's not that. Who that ain't. That's the easiest part. Obviously, it's pleasure. People enjoy it. People gonna do what they do. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the real deal that make things work. Even when you with somebody and y'all going through hard times and struggles, a lot of times that stuff right there is not going to be the glue that keeps the relationship together. You have to be careful and know that you know, because a lot of times folks get in them type of relationships and they don't even know, well, okay, what's going to happen here? Well, I got with her and I got with him. Okay, when I got with her, all right, she built like a brick house. You understand? She got the natural double D's in the back. Boom, boom. Yeah. And look at him. He looking tall, strong. He got muscle. Yeah, yeah. Okay, now you get with her. She can't even boil water. You got with him. He don't want to work. So what do you do? And you married to this person, or you in a committed relationship? You find a way to make it work, don't you? You find a way to make it work, or you run out when it gets hard because we passed the honeymoon stages. Oh, they just did that to win me over. You see what I'm saying? What do you do when it gets hard? What do you do if you have a spiritual relationship with God? You ask Him to guide that relationship. Is this the person for me to be with? Am I supposed to be by myself? Do I work it out? Do I divorce? Do I leave? We got kids now. What do I do? If you have a relationship with God and you read the Bible, He's gonna tell you what you need to do. But if you in it just to run up on something because oh, this person, they got money, they got a college degree. I know that we're gonna live a good life, and they rocking that headboard. So I mean, this is an investment. No, it's more than that. Anytime you're trying to get in a relationship with someone, it's more than that. But if that's all you in it for, then you're gonna have a big problem because that ain't gonna get it through. Those are not the times. See, people don't know the trials and tribulations of a relationship is when things get hard and you withstand all of it and stick together. I'm not talking about a relationship every time you turn around you got to be worried about somebody going upside your head. They're not receiving the Lord. They're not willing to change the situation. That's God gonna tell you when to get out of it. And this one church I know about, they say you can only marry one time. This one church, and if that don't work out, no matter if he cheating, you cheating, he hitting, you hitting, whatever, stick with it. If the kids being abused, stick with it. They say you can't be married again. Stay with abuse. Anytime you give somebody a foothold in your life like that, and you're not able to do right, and you know that that stuff is blocking your blessings from the Lord, they're not more important than God. You really have to make that decision and ask God, what do I do? Because what happens? Well, because he ain't doing right or she ain't doing right. It got me meditating on a lot of negative stuff. It got the devil coming up on me because now I'm starting to be angry all the time. I'm planning on the next time he come to hit me upside the head, I'm gonna have something for him. You're blocking God. You're blocking your blessings to serve this foolishness. What Marquis said, you can live off a love if his marriage still at death to you. Yes, yes. Oh, Marquis, yes, you're saying it right. A temporary feeling. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. And see, that's the whole thing. That lust. Man, once you get your mind right, and see, the thing is, it ain't hard to get your mind right if you want to get it right. That's the whole problem with everybody. We all have excuses and reasons and this and that. But if you want it to be right, you got to fight for that. You can't just play it, because with me, I don't want to play no games with that. If you want to do it right, do it right. Also, it's okay to be celibate. A lot of people don't understand celibate doesn't mean that you got to run in the cold shower, get no blow up doll, in the closet, fooling around with yourself. Always got to be doing something to keep stimulating. If you humble yourself down under the mighty hand, you can do all things through Christ, all of it. And I'm saying this right now, and I could 5 minutes from now be out here arguing with somebody because I done lost my cool because I'm not there yet. I'm on my journey. I'm asking him to help me to teach me so that I can do better and better and better. And I do know that just because God is forgiving don't mean we can keep sinning. But I know that if I do keep messing up, He gonna give me time to make up for it, and He gonna be able to say, well, you know what? I know, she didn't do that on purpose. I know that I can forgive her and give her another chance. But if we think we playing with it, that's when we play ourselves. That's the thing that I keep saying. How do you feel that you think you got away with something? and God knows you did it. So that means you don't have no respect for him, but you were worried about the police officer or the security guard or somebody in the store if they seen you steal something, but you don't care what God thinks. And you know what? He had been trying to work on you to keep you from doing that, but see, you blocked him out because you worried about them. See, we always run around here with this people pleasing stuff where we worried about what a person thinks and we don't have ourselves together with God the right way. And we're giving them what we should be giving God and serving God with. And I promise you, I be here and I be cutting the fool. I was just telling somebody that me and a family member, we had left the house and stuff and we driving, playing the church music and all that kind of stuff, talking good. We pull up at Walmart, we still wear our mask. And I want to let everybody know that I'm not judging nobody that wear their mask or don't wear their mask because I feel like this God ain't told me to take mine off. I only took it off for my annual appointment. And when I go, to get my teeth cleaned, that's it. That's the only time I've ever took my mask off. I feel that nobody's graduated from COVID college. So there's no way the C-19 is going to get me that easy. But whoever don't have their mask on, hey, you know what? I respect that. I respect that. I just ain't took mine off. So anyway, we at Walmart in this parking lot. And we, like I said, we done left the house riding with the music, and I got some good church music, and then some CDs that I listen to. As soon as we got there, we getting ourselves ready. We both get out the car. We put our mask on, and some man was looking at us. And the first thing me and the family member said, "What he looking at? Why he being nosy?" Now, why do you think we reacted that way after we just got through praising the Lord? You know why? Because you live in the flesh. The muscle is the hardest. I mean, the tongue is the hardest muscle to tame. That's why you did it. You ain't ready yet. You're still green. You haven't arrived yet. You're still on your journey. Forgive yourself, repent, start over again, and make a better choice the next time. It ain't you going to hell, you ain't no good, you with Lucifer. We don't do this in our church. That don't go, that's not what that is. You got sister here, Sister Sally. She just started coming to the church. She's newer than y'all. She's been coming about 3 years. Y'all been there about 6 years. She came in and said she's a recovering alcoholic. Okay, so she there 3 years. All of a sudden, one day she come in, two or three of y'all smell some alcohol on her breath. So and so must be back drinking. Yeah, I think she been drinking all along because she ain't saved. They saying all this instead of helping you. Do you feel that you want to be in a congregation like that? Or do you feel that you know God and good enough yourself to where you're going to end up going where you need to be at? Because these people right here, false prophets here, because you don't talk about nobody like that needs help. But see, if you don't know God, you're going to fall right into it and they're going to help you go even lower because they're going to step on you when you're down. But see, I'm the type of person that I'm learning that somebody trying to step on me when I'm down, I have to big up myself and know my self worth and get up out of that situation. Also, somebody, to get a little bit more bold and a little bit rude and got a little bit of that mess in them, they're going to pull you back down with them. You know what I mean? So I say, look ahead. Know who you are. I tell people sometimes I smile so hard you can see my cavities because I'm trying to do right. Hold my head up high, walk out here. Sometimes you can see the boogers in my nose. Let's just be real. Because I'm trying. I want God to see that I'm trying to do right. And if I mess up, you truly know that I am not ready in that area yet. I'm still, ripening to where you need me to be. But I promise you, I want to live for eternity. Eternity is way past us. Oh, I lived. He was 95. Well, was he a Christian? Was he saved? Was he right with God? Just because you get to live a long time does not mean that you're going to heaven. Just because you got money does not mean that you're going to heaven. Just because you got around and helped two or three people with something here and there throughout your life, that's not what gets you into heaven. It's if you're pure in your heart. You are living right in your heart. You understand what I'm saying? Sometimes our actions do not match up with who we are. Some things are done in the dark, some things are unseen. Every time you do something for somebody, you don't have to make a big spectacle that everybody go, oh, yeah, she did good. She went over there to Mike and them house and she was cleaning up. Yeah, honey, praise her. Oh, that's a good woman. No, that's not, man, please. You can do things, help people out without putting a big show on so that everybody can run up on you and think you all that and brag you off. If that's what you're doing it for, or do you want it to be between you and God? Between you and God. That's what I keep saying. A lot of people want somebody to see them so that they know I'm a super Christian. Oh yeah, I got it covered. Yeah, I have the bake sales, and when they have the service, I watch all the kids for everybody, and just want to be praised for everything they do instead of being selfless and say, you know what? There's a lot of stuff here that I can do, and I can do it in quiet, move in silence, because Lord is always working behind the scenes, and sometimes we can too. Sometimes we need to sit back and chill Behold who is greater than us. Even when you have kids, you'll say, behold something greater than me, because you know that you got to step back and humble yourself. And sometimes being humble ain't enough. As I said, you have to be able to deal with great humility and do what you got to do, because tomorrow ain't promised. I'm sitting here, I could get here and fall down. But does that mean that I'm going down to hell? No, it doesn't. What it means is that I'm making mistakes and I'm working on it. And please help me. Help me. When I come over here talking, I'm not preaching. I'm speaking my true life, what I'm learning and trying to share with my friends, and hoping y'all can help me out with something I don't know. Teach me, help me. I'm here, please. That's the only reason why I be doing this and talking this way. And I know all y'all busy and I'm running my mouth off big time, but I appreciate all you guys. I know everybody got something to do. So I'm going to tap out for a while. I thank you in the name of Jesus, and I shall be back. And I promise you, I talk this, but I talk regular stuff too. I may say stuff like that, thank you in the name of Jesus. Then I'll be like, I'm about to go up here and get me something to eat. How is that unsaved? Anyway, y'all, I appreciate y'all. And I thank you guys more than words can say. And I shall be back through. I'm gonna try to have it. I don't know if it's gonna be tomorrow, but I want to have Freestyle Friday where I may have some family members that want to come in and say stuff that's different ages and stuff like that. And just listen to what I be doing in the background at the crib. See what I mean? Now, if I say that, am I going down? I'm back at the crizite. Where am I going? Okay, all right. You're right about that, brother Marquise. We always have to keep God first place. And I think when we do that, well, I know when we do that, that's where our blessings are held. You understand what I'm saying? That's when we get the best of everything. And when I say that, I don't mean, well, just because, I said I put God first place, but why did I get hit by a car? Or why did this happen? That's not what that means. Y'all know what I'm talking about. And yes, ma'am, Tina, I understand where you're coming from. I pray that we all do what we need to do. And of course, there's, millions of people that we want to see in heaven. And that's up to God, because we may have a judge and jury in the courthouse, but honey, God is over all that. And whatever's going to happen, He's going to make you do what it do or do what it don't. Because, it's got to be a cleansing. When He's coming with wages. Come on, y'all. Come on. He's coming with wages. It's going down. A lot of people don't understand that, we're looking at life for many years that we live, and with God, it's like a blink of an eye. But we look, oh, they live 95 years. That's a long time. In God's eyes, it's not. You understand? And God ain't going to love you no more than He does right now. It's our cross to bear. Anything that we do, good or bad, is not wasted. I thank you guys all so much. And I know I've been talking a lot, so I don't want to hold y'all, but I'm gonna go off and I'm gonna come back. And I appreciate everything in the name of Jesus, y'all. Thank y'all so much. I keep saying I'm gonna get off, but I see somebody else leave a comment, or maybe the comments are delayed. So I want to come back on here and say something else, y'all. But let's do this. Come on, let's do this. And when I be talking like this, I say let's do this moving. But if I say it like that, then somebody says that I'm not talking right, and that's not the right way a Christian's supposed to speak. And the thing is, did God say that or did you say that? Because now you're showing your slip. You understand what I'm saying? Or your zipper need to be zipped up. We're looking at the Debbie Downers and the Nowhere Nates. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's do this. Hey, Mimi, I'm glad your doctor's appointment is going all right. And I don't mind that you're in and out, honey. I just appreciate your friendship and you coming. And I thank you so much. And I'm glad you're going to be all right, girl, because it's stay being problems with us. We got to deal with whatever it is. Ain't nothing going to be perfect, you know. I thank you for that. Other than that, how's everything going? Hello, Squirrel. Thank you so much for coming by. Just chilling out. How you doing? I'm gonna open up the live where you probably can hear a lot that's going on in the background in my house because I'm done working here. I hope you're doing well, Squirrel. I've been coming by checking you out, and I thank you so much for coming by to check me out. Hello, Jesse. Blessings to you. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming. How are you today? I really appreciate it. And I hope you're still here so you can hear me because you guys are so wonderful. I be trying to have a chance to catch you guys when y'all on here before y'all leave off. You know what I mean? So that we can touch base and, you know, vibe off of each other. He said, you can't live off of, yes. I'm reading this. And what did Jesse? Jesse said hello. Let me see where Jesse's at. There we go. Hey, Jesse, how you doing? What's going on? I hope you're doing well and living this thing called life. Because we already know what it is, and you know I done already came to you and checked out two of your videos as well, and I'm going to keep coming as long as you invite me. I thank everybody so much for everything. None of this is possible without you guys. Anything that I can do to help you guys out. Because with this YT stuff, I don't fully understand it either. You know what I mean? And I promise you guys, one thing I can honestly say, this is not just for monetary gain. This is for things that I can honestly say friendships are priceless. And even if they didn't have anything on here as far as being able to be monetized, I still would do it because I'm meeting so many wonderful people. And at the same time, there's nothing wrong with anybody that want to be monetized because I've been in this game for a minute and I never bothered to get monetized. Well, I started off doing it as business way back 2017 there. And then I decided, you know, the business that I was getting into, the person, it wasn't what I wanted to do. So I decided not to go any further. And then I jumped back on and just started doing, you know, hauls and stuff like that. And back then I did quite a few lives and stuff, but that stuff got put up in the archives. And I know they said the YT's deleting a lot of old videos. So that might be some stuff that I might have to let go permanently. But I'm all right with that. And I see you trying to work on building your channel, Squirrel, and it was nice for your beautiful wife to be on the video for a minute there a couple of days ago when you were doing your videos. Seemed to be just as nice as you are. Tell her I said hello. I don't know if you're still there or not, Squirrel, but I am glad that we met. You are an awesome person, and it's been a pleasure. I don't want to keep talking in case you're not here and I'm just talking away and everybody's gone. I don't know. Let me know if you are in the building. Squirrel, John.